Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're joining us around the world. My name's Ed. Thanks ever so much for joining us today. Joining us as well is a good friend of mine from around the corner, well known for, Dave, Rotage, what are you known for?
I guess I'm known for playing Netrunner.
Yeah.
And helping out on commentary from time to time. I suppose for those that me, I like taking interesting decks to tournaments. I try to avoid taking the known decks, and will always try and guess the meta. And occasionally, I guess right and take decks that work. Other times, it goes very badly wrong.
But you had quite a decent tournament result last weekend, actually, didn't you?
Yes, I took, because I suspected, I'm sure we all suspected there was going to be a lot of sports. I had to have a solution of how to get Project Vashon into the bin, and I figured Fear the Masses, which is a deck I have taken a few times in the past, and it's never done terribly, might be well suited because they don't have much ice. The ice I've got doesn't do a great deal, and playing out Shaper means hopefully they don't even ice HQ. And so, the deck did as I hoped. It did very well in Swiss. It didn't lose a game. But then, as I also feared, that once you get to the cut and people have deck lists, which is the same for the people playing today, they will know what is in each other's decks, then the plan fails spectacularly because then they just put enough ice in HQ and stop you. But it still was a lot of fun.
Do you think...
Really looking forward to seeing what we see today.
Would a slipstream have helped you? Or in the future, would it help you?
The problem with that is I need to read the card and understand the card.
Yeah.
It's a possibility, but again, you're then needing things to be placed in the right thing, and again, you suffer the same problem once you get to the cut, that it's going to be difficult, because then we just know to put ice in a certain place. Obviously, your tower can move ice around, but now it's getting really... You're taxing your brain out a lot, which is something you try and avoid if possible, because Netrunner is not only a game of skill, there's also an element of endurance and stamina. And if you can make your decks simpler and easier to play, which sometimes you can't, then it's all good. And having to cope with the ice placement to that extent would certainly tax me out to the point where I just couldn't cope with that anymore.
That's a reasonable take, yeah. Especially in tournament setting as well. It's bad enough playing one game, let alone 12, as did yesterday. So did you manage to catch many games yesterday?
I caught the end, and I saw it was quite a lot of NBN lists, which looked very interesting. Obviously, I saw there were some Acme lists. There was also the new NBN ID, people using that as well, which looked very interesting. Using some very taxing ice, which looked really, really interesting. And I think we've got some NBN lists in the cut today, I believe.
We do have at least one NBN list. Shout outs to people in the chat. Good morning, thanks everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, thanks for joining. Hello Netrunner Berlin, hello Virulence, Giles Davis, hello, PSK, hello, good luck running the tournament today. Dana, good morning. Ilk Sorben, welcome back, hope you're well. Stoned, hello as well. So, hopefully everyone can see the deck lists that I've put up. So if I go here and I go view full screen, that should be even better. So you were saying about NBN lists. So Django, fourth seed, let's start there with the CTM list.
Yes, so we've got a CTM list. And obviously with CTM, you tend to get two types of CTM. You either get the CTM, which is, I'm trying to think of the better word, I can't think of the appropriate word, but basically it's not trying to kill you with meat damage. It is just trying to get a really good board state, force you to tax you out. It will still tag you, but then it would usually use those tags for things like exchange of information, psychographics. The other type, which is the type that we have in the cut today, is the kill variant, which will basically, again, put stuff on the board. If you don't contest it, they get a really strong board state. So therefore, you're kind of forced to go deal with some of these assets and obviously upgrades. When you do, you get two poor, ideally for them. Play hard hitting news, give you lots of tags, and then try and kill you. And this is like they all do. They play Boom. So this has got obviously Boom, but obviously Boom being a trashable card, there's still a chance you could actually trash it, and they can't do that. But yeah, so that looks quite spiky. And obviously with Sansan City Grid coming back, Not as strong as it used to be back in the day when we had the likes of Astrotrip Pilot Program and Breaking News. But still, if they're not contesting anything and you've got piles of money, Sandsand's not the worst card to have, because then you can actually start fast advancing out your agendas and win that way instead.
And on the runner side for Django, we've got 419 list. Looks pretty reg to me.
Yeah, looking at that, there's nothing that really jumps out. As I said, yeah, you got your standard sort of. I've seen a lot of criminals have moved to Unity now as their decoder, which is kind of interesting. It does make sense. I do like Unity myself, playing it in Shaper. But otherwise, yeah, you've got your standard selection of stuff. You've got your Miss Bone to deal with the assets. You've got Rizeki for that sort of that drippy con, which you can get going early is really good. And then yeah, just the one inside job, one falsified. I suppose yeah, they used to play more falsifieds, but I guess these days maybe less of a need for it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, it looks fairly standard to me.
Yeah. Yeah, fairly standard there. So another NBN list today, and it was this sort of there was a bit of a rumor going around, a little bit of hype going around about this list. So let me just I'm editing as we go today. Very professional. Right, there we go. There's Bridgman's lists. So this Acme list, everyone was very excited about. What do you think was the exciting part of the list?
I guess for me, yeah. I mean, it's obviously a few things it does. Obviously, it's got some very scary ice. Like Hydra is not a particularly nice piece of ice to be sort of face checking, particularly with Acme, because that interaction becomes horrible. And potentially, it's not out of the question if you have two cards in hand and you can't break it, you just die on the spot. I can't imagine that happens very often, but it's obviously have that. You've got your Data Wards, which is just horrendously expensive.
Yeah.
And just horrible to deal with. And we've got the 3 Analytic Voids and 2 Christian Grids. So this deck really doesn't want to be APOC'd, quite simply, and that is some very strong tech to hope to try and prevent that, or at least delay that as long as possible. The other interesting thing is obviously they're not playing any Spin Doctors, they're just playing the one preemptive action, which is interesting. So not really going for any recursion at all.
No.
Obviously, they're not only playing 8 agendas, so hopefully Agenda Flood is less likely with less agendas, but still, they could obviously potentially get stuck with that. But yeah, yeah, very, very interesting list, and yeah, I'd be interested to know if they did get APOC chest today, and if they will again today.
Yeah, I believe we saw Rust Riders. I could be wrong here. I think we saw Rust Riders list got APOC'd, and it was quite a tough start position, and then with the big ice resed, then the APOC was pretty brutal, to be honest. But yeah, Giles saying it's brutal for APOC. I presume that's kind of if you get yourself set in the right way first. But
exactly, yeah. Because obviously you would defend archives because there's a lot of Anox around, and I think all the APOCs are Anoc basically. So obviously you have to go for archives because obviously rebirth into Omar. So you basically cover archives knowing that they have to get into archives. There's no way around it. There's no cheeky way of doing that. So you make sure that archives is taxing. There's also the angle is that potentially you may accept you are going to be APOC'd, and that's quite often exactly the right line. But just ensure that you haven't committed too much to your board state, and they've had to commit an awful lot. So if they do APOC you can recover quicker than they can.
Yeah. And on the max side, we're seeing looks very similar to, coincidentally, there's a slight bit of interest there, similar to our other guest for the first couple of rounds this morning, woken up extra early to join us, back from yesterday. Soccer, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very, very well, thank you. I had a lovely breakfast and I've had 2 coffees. I'm feeling great.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
Yeah, it's super early, but I'm excited for what's going to happen.
Excellent. So we were just talking about Bridgman's max list. I don't know if you can see that. Similar to yours, but it's got the ASOPs in there.
Yep. Yeah, I've yet to pull everything up, but Bridgman's lists are the 2 lists that I know off heart. It was his list to start. So I played, I tested with him, and we kind of refined the list together. And I just happened to play first, which is why it showed up with it showed up in what I played first. But yeah, it was just I think the only difference in our list is there's two differences in the list. Is the one is that he has the pawn shop instead of the second out of the ashes, and the other one is that he has two fermenters instead of one fermenter and a day job. The econ one is very, very minor. But yeah, I think Bridgman believes in the pawn shop a lot more than I do. Just in testing, I felt that the pawn shop was only useful very, very late, and I felt that a lot of the times I wouldn't have enough cards on the board, or I didn't feel like the pawn shop would pay off fast enough.
Yes.
So I wouldn't labor rights it back, but he obviously saw the value in it, and that's why he kept the card.
That seems completely fair and reasonable. So we're just getting in now the pairings, and who's decided to do what. If I flick over to that screen, it's not that one. It is this one. And there we go. So we can see, is that all 4 top seeds or higher seeds have decided to corp there?
That is correct, yes. I was looking at that myself, yeah. So everyone's chosen to corp.
Yeah.
So we have a PD versus Max matchup. We have a CTM versus Max. We have a Sports versus Max. And surprisingly enough, we have a Sports versus Max as well. So what are we going to be watching?
I mean, the obvious standout for me here is Django versus Pinsel in this first round.
I would agree, because chances are we're going to get a lot of Sports and Max. So if we can get something that's not Sports and Max to get some variation going, I would be on board with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Socky, good with that as well? Excellent.
Yeah, that's great.
So let's just sort these. Okay, so timer starts for the round in about 3 minutes. I'll just quickly pull up, if I can, lots of moving pieces my side at the moment, just while we get all the lists in and stuff. So apologise if there are any sort of clunky moments, but we should be getting Pincel's list just coming up on stream now. Maybe not. If I go into that one. There we go. Sorry, juggling a lot of plates here. So there's Pincel's max list. Obviously the NWE classic kind of hive mind list.
Yes, having a quick. Yeah. So what do we think? No, that's right. You go. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I'm very surprised that it's a very just classic hive mind max list. And there's nothing new or like nothing surprising about it. I would have expected something new to have developed. So that's very interesting to me that they stuck with that and they believe in that, and also like it's done well for them, obviously. And the other thing that I found interesting in this pairing here is that I felt that yesterday I was looking at the pairings, and I was basically certain that 3 games would choose Corp, and then MJP Chris Ferg looks like MJP chose Corp as well, thinking that the Corp is favored, which I believe it is. But I think in this match, Django didn't really have a choice, because Django gets to choose if they want to play 419 into Sports Metal, which they chose not to, so they just have to choose the other match.
So I think the game's just gone up now. Can you hear me? All right. It looks like they're in chat, just in case there's any pauses and stuff, and we don't see any talking in the chat window. They're obviously on voice. Just while we wait for this game to start, thanks everyone again for joining. 50 people already. and considering America's still asleep in the most part, Americas, soccer not included, obviously. 50 people, great to see you all here. Captain, nice, good morning. Vale, I've got a lovely graphic to show everyone a bit later on. Traden, good morning. Arizon, notice Streamlabs is going to be posting deck lists, the Cobra for the tournament as well, so don't keep on pulling it up. But if anyone wants to see anything, give us a shout and we can get that up for you.
So it looks like they've started.
Yeah.
So let's have a quick look. So Django kept their hand, and both players kept their hands. So we've got an immediate server one, which I would assume is potentially a mumboed with potentially a commercial bankers group, just to get that econ going, just make it really difficult to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So Prince are going for the classic line of having less than 5 credits, so you can trash the bankers, but not have to trash the MVT.
Yeah. So Pencil's taken the tag there from CTM and not cleared it.
Yeah, I mean, with this, obviously they could. Obviously, CTM hasn't got a huge amount of money. They could trash the Paladin, but they potentially won't. And obviously, 2 tags is the key number, because that's when Boom comes online. So if you're riding on it 1 tag, you can't die. And obviously, looking at the deck list, Predictive Palagram is obviously online. But we're going straight to hard-hitting news.
Wow. So the early hard-hitting news. Is Pencil going to go tag me here? And rush out?
I think they might have to try and clear those tags on 3 credits will take such a long time that this board state will just get completely out of control.
Yeah.
Obviously, Boom is trashable, so I guess the hope is to just try and get to the Booms. There is no archive memories, so to recur the Booms would just mean the old classic shuffling up.
Yeah.
But and that is not a card they want to see.
Panagram, obviously getting the draw, getting the credits, getting the draw makes Boom more likely to find.
Exactly, yeah. So I guess Django just would really want either to get the Boom and it's endless, but if not, get some ice up to at least defend the centrals a little bit if possible.
Mm.
I'm really, really surprised by what's gone down here.
Yeah, this is an exciting start. Yes, Warlock, it is an open deck list, that's right. Yeah, they've had half an hour beforehand to check over decks, and they do have the information available to them.
So, Ice and HQ and not R&D, that is interesting.
I mean, if the Boom gets trashed here, it's gonna be real feel bad, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's definitely something in HQ, either agendas or don't think they've got the Boom because they would have played it last turn. So I'm guessing there's agendas in there.
And this list sits on 9 ice.
I think what Pencil's going for here is that there's no daily business show in this CTM. So we're just on 3 hard hitting, 2 Boom, and I think the idea was, well, if I trash it in early bankers group, you might not have the hard hitting news, and even if you do, you might not have the Boom just because there's no daily business show for draw filtering here.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, I mean, I think apart from Predictive and Rashid, there's no other ways of doing anything else to speed up the draw in any way. But yeah, you're right. I think they potentially took the gamble that because Max can be a bit slow at the start of this list, and Rashid gets a good start, then you get maybe too far behind, and they just had to take that gamble with the hard hitting news, and unfortunately, the gamble didn't pay off.
Yeah, the problem is that with an agenda suite like this, with 3 Bolognas, and now that there's an ice on R&D, like until there was an ice on R&D, one of your outs was like steal agendas and win the game before they find a Boom. But now that R&D is iced, you're gonna have to clear those tags very soon here.
I think so. And looking at the ice suite as well, sometimes Heaton plays a lot of porous ice, but in this case, there really is hardly any porous ice. It is all end the runs apart from the turnpike. So, because the IP block now is an end the run with the tags. So, you think you're right, Pintle isn't going to get accesses. So,
yeah, the ice suite is 1 Enigma, 2 Hydra, 2 IP block, 1 Ping, 2 Toll Booth, and 1 Turnpike, most of which is live at the moment on 8 credits.
Yeah. Although saying that, though, I mean, CTM doesn't want to raise the high-end dice, he wants money for the boom. Boom is 4 credits, so yeah. So maybe
this Corp deck is a little bit hard-pressed for money. There's 1 NASX, 2 Pad Campaigns, 3 Commercial Bankers Group, 3 Rashida, and 3 Hedge Fund, and 3 Planogram are the only cards that gain credits. And with that credits, you're trying to score agendas, you're trying to res Sand, you're trying to res Hydras into Toll Booth. So I think that's why Pencil value trashing that Bankers Group so highly.
Yeah.
Seeing a price like here, losing the Hive Mind to meet damage.
So the fact they're on 9 tags, there's no option. The slim option left of clearing tags is long gone now. So that is it now. It's just a race to the booms.
Yeah, Pencil's got like the money in this deck. Like there's already no Hive Mind. There's only 1 Hive Mind left, which we haven't seen yet. But there's only 1 Fermenter left because 2 of them have been milled. And with the Fermenters, with 1 more Fermenter left, 2 more gambles, I think. Oh no, actually, sorry. We just played the last gamble. So there's no more gambles. There's 1 more Fermenter, and there's 3 daily casts, which are dead cards. So there's like no economy left unless you Fermenter or Simulchip for Fermenter.
Yeah. And we also saw, actually, I think we may have missed it, was that he did have a cookbook installed, and that did get trashed.
Yeah.
And they're going after the bankers again, dodging the MVT.
So I found it interesting that Django took the time to install the PAG campaign and the presumably the MVT or the bankers on the MVT rather.
I think I don't mind that because R&D is still poor. So actually, you need to get some money coming in because you're probably going to need more ice to defend R&D. And it's clear that they're going after bankers, but they're not going after the pads or the NASX. So actually, you can just leave those ticking over, just get some money coming in. Just because you're in a strong position, because Max is still stalling no agendas yet. So actually, yeah, you can afford to do that bit of setting up just to solidify your position.
Yeah, I think for both sides, I think they're both aware. Like now we're just going tag me. So the only way that the runner wins this game actually is if they steal a Bologna. And you just gotta protect. You gotta set up your board. You got to get your ice up, and you gotta like put bankers groups for the runner to trash. Oh, we're getting a Rashida draw here.
This Rashida's huge.
I feel like this could just be it on this Rashida draw.
Yeah. And if not, because obviously we've now got Rebirth into Omar, they need to ice archive, so hopefully they would get some ice instead if they don't get the boom to at least sort out the archives problem.
Yeah, because so the agenda suite's 3 Ares, 3 Bologna, 3 Beal, and 1 headline. So unless we steal a Bologna, the runner has to steal 3 2-pointers, 3 out of the 4 2-pointers, and 1 of the Ares, which is highly unlikely. So I think we're probably going to access a Bologna at one point in this game, and Pencil needs to make sure that they have enough credits to steal it.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard. I think if Pencil could have done some early agendas, they would have had a good chance, but I think now it's such a long way back now.
Yeah.
I found it interesting that Pincel made the Omar run last turn on 3 credits, with that Bologna Steel being so important. Presumably the priority is at the moment to trash booms and try and just get your comms up a little bit. But
yeah, exactly the thing. We've got a red spin doctor, which I would assume would only ever be used if a boom gets trashed. So that would just sit there.
So we're running R&D here because we know that there's no boom in hand. So we're really just looking for booms.
Still not finding one.
Okay. Cookbook Fermenters, really, really good for Pencil.
So obviously an issue here for Django is that with the Spin Doctor held on the board to bring the boom back if needed, can't get a second one out, so you're losing a little bit of that burst draw.
That's true. I mean, I guess you could just overwrite it, potentially. It's a bit of a gamble, but...
Well, I think you use it to shuffle back Planogram and like a Prisec.
No, I agree with that. That makes sense.
Worth noting, we still haven't seen a paperclip in the bin yet, if my eyes don't deceive me. That ping's,
we do not know.
That ping's tricky. And the IP block. There's a paperclip just gone in. And there's a raffle just gone live as well, everyone. I won a raffle yesterday, and Soccer, you won a raffle yesterday as well, didn't you?
In the hope that's a commentator's thing, I've entered the raffle today and see if I can win something.
Good work.
So we've now got an Amani Sinai rest, obviously with the score there. Will they boost? They have boosted the trace. That's interesting. So why would they boost it by that amount? What was the rationale behind that?
We're trying to we bounce that progenitor and it trashes the hive mind.
Yeah, it's just more. I was thinking more the amount they pay. They didn't pay enough to force it through. They just paid enough just to make Pencil really poor. And just understanding what they were aiming for target was, because they got them down to 1 credit. Whether there was a specific reason for 1 credit or just an amount they wanted to get to.
Well, I think my read here is that so with Django at 6 credits, you can res at 2 credit ice on archives, you can res at 2 credit ice on HQ, and then you'll have 4 credits at start of turn with Pad Campaign and Essex. So then you can still click 1 draw, and you'll still have 4 credits to play the boom.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So you're just trading credits because, as I said, like if you just keep Pencil poor and Pencil can't steal Bolognas, even if he trashes booms, it still doesn't win him the game.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got the ping res. We've got an imp on board at least, which was handy to get to trash that at -9, save some money.
Yeah, I think it's a very, like, based off Django's play, click 1 draw. I think it's good information for Pencil that the ice on HQ very likely costs 2 credits.
As Pencil, do you ever consider running archives too? Because there could well be agendas in archives now just to force a spin doctor to be used, and so if it can't be used on a boom.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. You have to get through the ping, obviously, which I think costs a little more than you would like. So you probably just take a credit and run the spin doctor, and you threaten the spin doctor trash.
Yeah, that also works.
Because I imagine it gets shuffled. Because at the very least, I think shuffling Planogram back is an excellent shuffle.
Exactly, yeah, because it will give you the money. Unless you've gone to no credit, you've got 1 credit, you'll get the money and potentially be able to play the boom that same turn.
Exactly.
So we've got Conduit down.
So that Turnpike is essentially it's
Turnpike's
draining a credit each run, isn't it?
So they can't even trash the boom.
Yes, but this is the tech. Is if you have no money, Turnpike doesn't do anything.
That is very true. But then, as Django, if they can't trash the boom, you're not overly sad. Particularly if they had all these stolen melee agendas, you'd be a bit more worried. But as they've stolen none so far, and they can't take it below now, you're like not too sad by this.
That's true. Yeah, we're just looking for Beal, Tomorrow's Headline, and Ares.
Yeah.
But at least this way, Pencil knows if boom is coming up. So if he sees the boom, he can take I guess he has to take 2 credits and run back, which is a lot.
And also, we may see this ice res now. They've got obviously 2 credits from their drip at the start of the turn, so effectively they've got 4 credits to play with. So clearly that is an ice they will res for them to install it.
Yeah, we've got a 3rd ice on R&D. We're looking at Enigma or IP block. That's pretty much it.
Would you have considered overwriting an ice there to save you a credit as Django?
So, I wonder what this R&D ice is. The second one, the middle one, because it's either Toll Booth or it's Hydra, and there's 2 of each, which is actually quite a lot considering that there's only 9 ice in the deck. 4 of them cost a bunch of money. but I think in the long run you don't want to overwrite it because you are dripping 2 credits every turn with the Pan campaign and SX. So if you still continue to not find the boom, and something happens to the new ice you installed, like a botch list gets installed on it, then you might want to get yourself up to enough credits to threaten that middle ice. Because I think by keep maintaining that threat as a possibility, Pencil has to respect Hydra once you get to 10 credits.
Yeah, and I think exactly. Yeah, you want to keep that in there. Case longer term, if things don't work out the way you want to, then it gives you the option. So Pencil's finally got a Beal. So that's a start.
Yeah.
So they'll be seeing 2 new cards, and the ice wasn't rezzed. I suppose because of the botch list, I guess there was just no point doing that.
Second
Beal. We're getting there.
And this is where, as Django keeping that middle ice is not, because now you're potentially getting a bit worried now.
Yeah, so now we're going to be shuffling Spin Doctor, and we're going to try to shuffle R&D so that we can find those booms. There's still 2 booms in 14 cards.
Yeah.
We're shuffling back Predictive Planogram and Amani, which
there it is.
And there we go.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that right off the top, too?
Off the top after the shuffle.
Yeah.
Just shuffled and through it.
Yeah.
Judge.
They did have another Spin Doctor, to be fair, so the chances are of them not hitting a boom or a panogram, I mean, there's relatively good odds they're going to hit at least another draw card or the boom. So yeah, I think it was, as we said, it was just, you felt inevitable it was going to happen, and I think sadly Pencil just didn't see the agendas early enough, unfortunately, from all those accesses they got.
Yeah. Pencil got a lot of accesses early, and didn't. Those centrals weren't doing it for him.
Goodness me, it looks like we've had some fast rounds. 2 other games are over already. If I just update the standings, and I'll just pull them up on screen, no spoilers. So we can see Racing Appliance beat Lost Geek, and MJP beat Chris Ferg in the mirror match. So Rotom, Django, and MJP go into the winners bracket. Obviously, Lost Geek, Pinsel, and Chris Ferg in the losers bracket. Should we jump into Tucticut against Bridgman?
Yeah, let's go in there. I've just got in there now. So yeah, the Corp's also got 5 points already. Bridgman's only still on the one. There has been an APOC. This card's face down, so there isn't really much of a board state for the Corp at the moment. Just a single piece of ice and R&D to stop the Stargate.
Yeah, there is a Vitruvius in the bin, but yeah, Tucticut is in a great spot here with 5 points, and there's 2 more Vitruviuses left and another Mega Pre, so there's 3 2-pointers, and looks like we're drawing for it. And we'll see if he finds it. But if he doesn't, Bridgman's looking to keep the Stargate hitting every turn, and Bridgman just needs to hit a Vash run and a other agenda to win this game.
So yeah, Bridgman's taken a bathroom break, which gives us a bit more time just to sort of see what's going on. There's no Audacities in the bin. Tucticut is actually quite poor. Obviously, you don't need much money to score, but it does mean that Resonant Ice is potentially not an option. Because they need, unless they've got Subliminal in hand, they probably will need 1 credit to at least score out.
So this is actually, like, it looks bad for Bridgman, but especially with no Audacities in the bin, because there's still 3 Audacities and 2 Biotics left. However, all the red levels are gone now, and because Tucticut didn't score here, that means they don't have Audacity and a 2-pointer in hand. So Bridgman can very safely just hit the Stargate next turn and just go from there.
Exactly, and they've got I think they've got all the breakers in the bin. With the Aesops, they've got a bit of drip coming in for the next couple of turns. So yeah, you say yes, just trying to hit the key pieces. And you say with the Stargate, they will know what's coming up. So yeah, it's actually it's closer than it initially looked when you first look at it. Yeah.
On board wise and points wise, Tucticut is way up. But if you considering that they're not winning this turn, we're Bridgman's in a decent spot. Although this is what you're gonna do as the corp, is that you're gonna draw a card. You're gonna threaten that maybe you drew a card that is that was the missing piece. So maybe now you have Audacity and Agenda in hand, and that's what you're threatening. Although we'll see what Bridgman does. But I've talked about this a lot in my theory of playing against sports, and I think going for HQ runs is, from my perspective, is waste of clicks, and you just play the odds that they didn't draw the card that they want.
Yeah, and as you said, with the Stargate, you know what they're drawing. Unless they can draw past Stargate, you know what they're drawing at least.
Yeah. So we're checking the new card. That's not good. Stealing Vacheron. That's a good play from Tug to Gut.
Yeah, exactly. Chances are, if the game goes to that many turns needed for that to tick down, then you're probably going to lose it anyway. And it gives you a chance to actually draw past Stargate.
Yeah, it's a really good play, giving that Vacheron out there. Although it does mean that HQ will only yield agendas. Actually, there's one more Vacheron left. So there is another punish for running HQ.
There's an interesting decision here on the Stargate. Revealed Vanilla, Tranquility Home Grid, and Spin Doctor. Obviously, Tucket says there goes the Spin Doctor. I don't think it's that simple, though.
I don't know. I mean, the Vanilla you don't particularly care about. I don't think you've got paper clip and bin. You've got money if you have to. Tranquility Home Grid, yes, they could install it, so you may have to go check it. But I think the Spin Doctor, I think you have to get rid of it. You don't want to give them like an ability to draw some cards.
So the other thing here is that there's already 2 Spin Doctors in the bin. So that is the last Spin Doctor.
Okay, good spot.
Yeah. Exactly, and looking at all the code gates are in the bin as well, so you don't need a Black Orchestra install, which would be the one thing that could get quite expensive. And there's also only 2 drafters, so we can assume therefore that the ice is Hagen or drafter at this point.
So we're going for the HQ runs. There are 3 cards in here that the Corp has seen since the red level clearance last term. So they could very well have found it with those 3 cards. So Bridgman hitting HQ and not finding it. So we're just gonna labor rights for 3 paper clips. I would have been a little bit more greedy there.
Do you think that's just the fear of Arc Lockdown?
Well, no. You're labor rightsing 3 paper clips, and then you're gonna max mill 2 of them, and then draw 1.
Okay.
Actually, no, you're not. Bridgman just drew 1 into hand, and then Max is gonna mill 2 at the start of the turn. Yeah, I would have been a little bit more greedy there. So I would have shuffled in like a paperclip and 2 other things, and then if you get unlucky and you draw the paperclip into hand, that's fine because you can just install it manually. But if you don't, then you might have given yourself like a free dirty laundry or a rebirth.
Yeah, I think Rebirth might have been interesting to give you some other options potentially, whether you want to risk going to sort of 20 Kim to try and hit the operation from hand.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm guessing they haven't drawn it because I'm sure it would have been played by now.
Yeah, so that's really good news that the runner just dodged another bullet.
Exactly, and with the Spin Doctor gone, that's another way they can't draw past it. Red level they haven't got, they can't draw past it.
At this point, we're just manually drawing past. Unless the other out is because there's so little Biotics and Audacities played, there's just 1 Biotic in the bin and 2 face down cards. The other way that we can draw past and score is we can play Sprint, and then the Corp needs 5 credits. The Corp needs 5 credits to play Sprint, and then you can Biotic for the clickback, and then you can Audacity to score.
And this is where I guess it gets tricky. Like, do you take the credits to try and get to that point, or do you just try and drill past the R&D lock at this point? Because you've basically got to make a decision on this, really. Which angle?
Yeah. It depends. It depends very, very heavily on your hand. I think if you have 2 out of the 3, so if you have between Audacity, Sprint, and the Biotic, if you have 2 out of those 3 pieces, then I would take 2 credits and put a vanilla on HQ. or put something in a new remote. Yeah, so it looks like that's what they're going for here. So now that Tacticat has 5, he can do the sprint biotic audacity play. I wonder what this sports list looks like.
Let's pull it up quickly.
Yeah, so it's seed 3.
9. So it looks like we've got 11 ice. We have 11 ice, Tranquility Home Grid, Rashida Spin Doctor, Arc Lockdown, very classic operations with the hedge funds. So from my list last week, we lost the lateral growths for Tranquility Home Grid, and then lost the Bass and the Fast Break for 2 more ice.
Yeah, I was going to say, these lists have been gradually getting more and more ice into them since they sort of first started appearing.
Yeah, I heard that the Germans like ice, and I respect it.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with the ice. So I assume Benjamin will Stargate at some point this turn.
Oh yeah.
So I suppose he's working out what your other clicks are going to be. And this is a great sort of thing to sort of do, is plan out your whole turn as the runner, because yes, you know you're going to Stargate, but you may not want to Stargate first. You may sort of work out exactly what your turn is and then do the actions for that turn. Obviously, what you see may change that, but at least plan the whole turn out initially with some vague some plans. And obviously, you probably have to check service. Well, you probably do have to check service 6. So go for the Stargate straight away, which kind of makes sense because that is sort of the big unknown. You have no idea what these 3 cards are going to be, and that could impact the remainder of your turn.
Tranquility, Mega Prebiotic.
Hmm.
Okay, so we probably just hit the agenda here and then leave it in the bin.
Yeah, there's no recursion left, so
No.
you can literally put everything in the bin. You have no worry about that anymore, so you can just put stuff in the bin and leave it.
Tacticat just saying there, I'd advise against trashing that Mega Pre. It's only 1 point.
Yeah. Now, if the second Biotic was already in the bin, then going for the third Biotic then becomes something you consider. I'm not sure you would do that 100%, but at least you consider. But there's only 1 in the bin. There's still another Biotic out there, so.
Which one? Sorry.
I'm saying because they saw there's only 1 Biotic in the bin. If there were 2 in the bin, then you may. I'm not saying you would have. I'm not a sports player by any stretch of imagination. But if you was able to sort of get rid of the last Biotic, then that's something you may have considered potentially.
Oh yes. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna trash Rashida. That's very nice. Yeah, I think from Bridgen's perspective, he had to. I was really wondering about that remote because he had to run. He has to check it if it's Rashida. That's extremely bad. But if it's Hyperloop, it's a Rashida as well.
Yeah.
And that's the last Rashida gone as well now. So that's gone and Spin Doctor gone. That means checking the remotes. It's something you probably don't really have to do anymore, really. Tranquility is the only thing left, but that only draws you 1 card, and so it doesn't really do anything different to what the usual draw card does anyway. So actually, you're not really forced to check remotes at this point. So 2 clicks left. I suppose also what he's trying to work out what exactly Max still got in hand at this point.
So Max has. So there's no Apox. Let's see. There's one Sure Gamble.
Yeah. There's 1 Labour Rights, I think.
Yep. There's 1 Sure Gamble. There's 1 Labor Rights. There is. There's 1 MK Ultra and 1 Black Orchestra, unless it's face down on the board, which we don't know what that one is. So there's 1 Breaker.
And potentially a Fermenter.
Yeah, there's 1 Fermenter. There's 2 in the deck. How many did we just do? There's 4.
Yes. So we've got.
So we got 1 more card. Oh, and it's a second Stargate.
Okay, this makes sense. Because now you can. You'll see a new card. Okay.
Okay, Tranquility Grid, Biotic Labor Sprint. So this is what I was talking about, right? Tacticat at 5 credits is looking to Sprint, Biotic, Audacity, and now we're seeing both of those pieces Which one do you want to hit? I think if I were Bridgman here, I would hit the biotic because Taitugat might have sprint in hand already. So I think if you hit the biotic now, and then they have to click next turn to draw the sprint, you just buy yourself. You guarantee yourself another turn.
Exactly, and also the fact that sprint just enables biotic. If they haven't got the biotic, then sprint doesn't help that. So they want to get to. Yeah, so I think I agree. I would get with the Bartik because you're going to mandatory draw the Tranquility anyway. So that, which is the main thing at that point. So, are they going for the sprint? Okay.
Hey, we're going for the sprint. So we're taking a risk here because there could be the last sprint. Looks like Toxicat does not have the last sprint in hand, so that was huge. So we just got rewarded there for that choice with trashing that sprint.
Yeah. But the downside is now being on 9 credits, they can't get Bartik out now because we know the Bartik's in hand.
Yeah.
That's whether there's
so
a
we'll
free.
See what this ice is. Do we have how many copies of Gatekeeper do we have? We have 1 copy of Gatekeeper,
and that's in the bin. So this is basically the drafter, a Hagen. It can't be vanilla; it would have been res by now. So therefore, it's Hagen or a drafter.
Yeah, I think with that said, it's probably Hagen, which is Hagen's the worst case scenario. Drafter is the best, or vanilla is the best actually. Vanilla's best case, and then no res.
No res.
Is that game?
I think it might be because you get the Vashon into the bin. We already know there's 3 points in the bin.
Oh
so
yeah,
that's 6.
Yeah, it's game.
And you've still got the Hyperloop if you need a few more points, but I'm pretty sure they don't.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have a corpse side. We don't have a corpse side sweep.
Yeah, wow.
Well, we got one runner win. Yeah,
exactly. Every top seed chose Corp, and so far we have Corp as the 3 wins.
Yeah.
And I believe this archives run is it. All right.
Yeah, and I think it's what we said when we came on. When you initially looked at this board state, you thought the Corp was in a great position, but actually when you analysed it a bit more, it was actually it's not that bad. It's not as bad as we first thought.
Yeah. Well, turns out. How vital was that trashing the sprint rather than trashing the biotic there?
I think the difference was that if the sprint is trashed, you risk that the last sprint is in hand. And you just take a little bit of risk, but you'll get rewarded if the sprint is not in hand. Whereas if you trash the biotic, you guarantee yourself. You don't. It's not fully guaranteed, but if the sprint is already in hand, then it's either redundant the second sprint, or they have to draw once to find that sprint. It wastes a turn. So I guess like Bridgman took a little bit of a risk by trashing the sprint, but there was like ample reason to do it, and because he knew that sprint is the only way that Tugtagut draws past the Stargate lock, and the risk paid off.
Yeah. Well,
excellent. So
there we go. So we've actually had 4 different decks win in the first round, double elim, with Rotom winning on the PD list. We've had a CTM win, we've had a sports win, and we've had a max win.
Excellent. So that would likely mean that. Also, I haven't got the pairings yet.
Yeah, I'm just looking for them myself.
They've just appeared. They've just appeared now. So we've got Rotom running their 4-9 against Django's Corp on CTM. We've got MJP. That's Mike. They'll be running Max against Bridgman's Acme. Lost Geeks playing their Sports Metal against Pincel's Run, which is Max. And Chris Ferg will be corping his sports against Tutgut's Max. So what should we watch this time?
I'd be keen to see Bridgman's Corp, but I would also like to see lower brackets. So
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you can sort of see for both angles. It's always you want to make sure we get as many people as we can on stream.
Yeah.
And obviously those in the high bracket, they've got a few more games at least. Which those in the low bracket, they could be gone.
That said, we haven't had MJP. No, let's go live brackets. Should we go for Lost Geek Pencil? It's just been on stream.
Yeah, that can work.
I mean, we saw. Yeah, I mean, I would go for that as well, honestly. But to be fair, we did see Pencil's max, although we didn't really because we kind of took tags the whole game, and I believe the game went in a non-traditional direction.
Maybe the stream, if they want stream chat. If you'd like to let us know who you'd like to see, we're going to go between table 7 or table 8. If there's any preference there, spam numbers into the chat. Thanks everyone again for joining. While we wait, it's going to be about 5 minutes for the next round. Chris versus Axka. Got Lost Geek Pencil, Lost Geek, Anarcho Mushroom. Good morning. Who haven't I said good morning to? Void Tin, Vagabond Podcast. Hello. Ginevra. Good evening. Luke Van Ryan. Good evening as well. Oslet. Happy birthday, Oslet. Got up early to watch the stream on her birthday. And yeah, hello everyone else as well. Koga, good morning.
Waking up early to watch the stream is what I call dedication.
So I think I've got 3 people saying Lost Geek Pencil, and 1 for Chris versus Askar so far.
We'll go for table 7, shall we?
Yeah.
There we go. So if I just pull up a list, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break once I've done that, if that's all right.
Yeah, well, we can hold the fort.
Fantastic. And we go here. So I'm going to pull up Lost Geeks Corp. Can we all see that?
Yeah,
Excellent.
Yeah, we can see that. Soccer, I think I believe you won the event last week with sports. Do you want to talk us through this sports list?
Yeah. So Lost Geek sports list. What seed is Lost Geek? Lost Geek is 8th seed. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like Asger and Lost Geek and Pencil, are they all on the same list? They are. So they're all on the same. They're all on very, very similar lists. It looks like they made different choices for ice, but in terms of the number of ice, they're all on 11 ice. They're all on 11 ice. They're all on 3 Tranquility home grids, 1 CVS, 1 Arc Lockdown, 3 Audacity, 3 Biotic, Hedge Fund, Red Level, Sprint, Rashida Spin Doctor, and then the same 12 agendas. So the 12 agendas is the most standard thing about the deck. And then I think there were versions of the deck before that were playing Predictive Planogram and only 2 Audacities. And I think they've gone on to the understanding that 3 Audacity, 3 Spin Doctor is the correct influence. And then just from there, I think the German team, along with myself, really, and then we kind of are on the philosophy that if you have ice and you have a high ice count, you, in my view, you have a lot more ability to make plays. So a lot of the times when you draw a piece of ice, you get to choose, do I want it on R&D, want it on HQ, do I want to use it on the remote, am I using it to bluff, am I using it to gear check, am I using it to tax the runner? You have so many options when you have ice in your deck, and you basically, basically, as I said, you just have the ability to make plays if you have ice. And I think that these players agree with me on that, and that's why we are seeing a high ice count compared to other versions of the list that we've seen, along with Hedge Fund, because you do need money to be able to res that ice. And I guess just to compare to other versions of Sports Metal, if you don't have ice, a lot of other versions are playing Jeeves and they're playing Subliminal. They're even playing like maybe Marilyn or Nico's, and And my thoughts on that is just that while those cards are good, it doesn't give you options. You kind of, when you draw Jeeves, there's nothing you can do with the Jeeves other than install it on the board. And Jeeves does a very, very, Jeeves does one thing for you, whereas in my view, Ice can do a lot more than one thing for you. So you have more options to make plays.
Yeah. So the game's actually got underway. We're just waiting for Ed to...
Ed's back. Apologies.
Back, so I'll just... Not much happened so far. Both players have been setting up. Pinsel kept his hand, but Lost Geek didn't actually draw. And then the first ice went on HQ, which is a drafter, which did actually 5 in the end. We got up there now. So yeah. So not much has happened yet. Sevius in the bin. That's fairly, I guess, good for Pinsel to get that in the bin straight away. Sometimes we've got to worry about that potentially later on.
Lost Geek's list, which is different from the other two lists. Lost Geek is on 3 magnets, and that is huge in this match because Hive Mind Max's main ice breaking option is installing Botulus. And I think that is exactly why Lost Geek felt safe on turn 1, I guess on turn 2, to set up a piece of ice that I would assume, and I think it's a very safe assumption, that this ice on the remote is a magnet, and then we're going to put a real 2-pointer in Vitruvius behind that magnet. Because usually, from the sports model's perspective, you need to protect those 2-pointers, and Lost Geek felt safe putting it in the remote here, even though we've got 3 Botulus in the max. But the max only has 1 Black Orchestra, and Lost Geek knew that, so I think that's what he went for.
Exactly, it makes sense because they've actually got the Armakura, but the odds of them getting the Armakura down and charge up enough is just not going to happen realistically. So yeah, that's why we see a second piece of ice on the remote. So this is quite, I guess, an interesting strategy. They're probably leaning quite hard on this remote to go out of.
Yeah, totally. And this is what I like about it is that you threaten a remote so much more. And I guess that they have 2 more ice than I did because they have 11. And with 11 ice, you see it a lot more. Lost Geek probably has another ice in hand, or there's definitely ice coming up. So if we need to put something on R&D, we can. But yeah, we're just jamming out behind 2 ice here. Looks like the ice they jammed behind was a drafter. Lost Geek making some very risky plays. I think part of that is that I guess Lost Geek, because they probably tested together. And I think Lost Geek knows that Pinsel is respecting the early ice, and Pinsel doesn't want something like a Gatekeeper to fire early, which is why we didn't see the early poke, and Lost Geek got rewarded for that risk early on with that Vitruvius.
Yeah, and luckily for Lost Geek, that was only a Tranquility, which I'd like to have kept, but obviously didn't give Pinsel an agenda. Obviously they've gone quite poor, but they got the free telecast ticking over quite nicely, and another card in that remote. So now they've probably got... Now see if they do res that outermost ice.
Yeah.
So they've got the money for it now.
Notice that Pinsel's list, our money is rolling so much better than the last time we saw, and that's just straight off the 3 daily casts, because we can actually use those now with no tags.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a hugely different game to the first game, and we really see how the Hive Mind Max gets into action. That said, Lost Geek scoring a second agenda there. And obviously with sports, very little loss of tempo in doing so. Still on 9 credits. That said, would you say that Max is still slightly favoured at the moment?
I think so. When you have, and this goes back to what I said about the ability to make plays. When you have so much ice in your deck and you're able to install your agendas behind this remote that's actually guarded, and you're actually making yourself a remote, you are able to put things on the board that Pinsel has to run and has to pay a bunch of credits to get through in order to steal what is potentially an agenda or trash an asset. So there are plays here around Clot, but with that said, I do think Max is still in an okay spot, just because they do have Clot in their deck.
Yeah, and Pinsel then managed to get a Mega Pre from the top of R&D, which was a good steal for them, because with Roski having scored one, if they had scored the second one, that would have given them another 2 points, which would have been quite huge, I think, in this game. So that was a good steal.
The Mega Pre's are now just 1-pointers for the runner, and there's no punish for stealing it because we've already scored one from the corpse side.
I mean, do you not as a sports player? Do you actually even want to score the first Mega Pre as corp?
So you do actually. You do because you need to score 3 2-pointers and 1 1-pointer. Mm-hmm. So you do need to score an agenda that's worth 1 point. And if it happens to be the first Mega Pre, then it's the first Mega Pre, and you just take the point that you can get. From the corpse perspective, though, if you have Mega Pre and Hyperloop in hand, and you're choosing which one to install on the remote, usually the Hyperloop goes.
Yeah. So we just saw they managed to imp Audacity out of hand. Still using the MK. Obviously, the Amakur up to strength now. It can break the drafter if they want to. So hopefully they realise they can do that. But they've got plenty of money, so it's a very minor issue at this point. So we've got Tranquility in there now, another card in the remote. And another new remote, Icing Up HQ.
Let's just have
I guess the danger is for Pinsel, obviously, with do they have a clip in the bin? Yeah, they've got the clip in the bin, so Hagen, they can deal with Hagen if it gets res, because they obviously don't want to lose one of the other non-Icebreaker programs at this point.
Yeah, we can't break the Mighty Magnet, though.
We can, we got Amakur.
Oh, true. Yeah, and it looks like I guess I missed when this hit the bin, but there's a CVS in the bin already, so there's only one CVS in the deck, so Pinsel won't have to worry about that CVS anymore.
Yeah, that CVS went like turn 1 or 2, which I thought was quite big at the time, because that going, as you say, that's not something to worry about, because potentially a CVS gets res can cause a potential big issue, because then you can purge Amakur, the Magnet could fire, the Hagen can fire, also got the paperclip still if they need to, but yeah, it can be quite damaging. So we see Rebirth straight into Freedom, okay. That's something you don't always see.
No, that's a nice twist. What would be the logic behind that? Soccer, sorry.
No, it makes a lot of sense. We have turtle counters building up, so you have like a decent source of virus counters. Mm-hmm. Gatekeeper getting res, though, we can't break that unless we simulchip for Botulus. So we'll see if Pinsel elects to do that. It looks like it's just firing. But yeah, Freedom hits operations that you're trashing with Kim. Most of them, except for Biotic, basically. So you're trashing Audacities the same way you're trashing Kim. You're trashing Sprints. And the important thing is that you can control when Freedom triggers. So you might access a hedge fund and you don't want to trash that, and you're going to wait until it's 0.
So we saw the Gatekeeper find it, and the ability that I forget about Gatekeeper personally is that you can also shuffle from archives. So they did actually manage to get the agenda out of archives back into R&D.
Yeah, along with 2 face downs, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah. No, I think they get shuffled in just a Hyperloop. Yeah, they drew 3 cards and shuffled in 1 card. So
yeah.
Looks like we're accessing a magnet from HQ. So there's still a magnet in HQ with 6 ice on the board. Getting a triple advance in the remote, scoring a Hyperloop.
Yeah, so what's the rationale? Because I remember you mentioned earlier on you wanted to score 1 1-pointer. They've scored another 1 1-pointer. What would the logic behind that be, do you think?
Yeah. So I think you just, from Lost Geeks is just putting cards in the remote that he finds that are relatively low risk. So a 1-pointer would be low risk. And if the runner doesn't run it, you can't really let it sit in your remote, because if the runner doesn't run it this turn, they're probably not going to run back next turn. Because that means it's not a Rashida, it's not a real 2-pointer. So that means the only 2 things it could be is either a Hyperloop or a Spin Doctor. And the runner's not going to run that. So you basically have 2 choices. You're either going to score that out yourself, or you're going to override it. And a 1 point is still 1 point. Like the Freedom or Pinsel Pinsel still wins the game by scoring agenda points. So by just scoring the Hyperloop, you're just removing another point from the game.
Because it's interesting because of the Gatekeeper res, obviously that kept him out for that one turn, but obviously now at strength 0, that does nothing now fundamentally apart from a minor tax on Namakura. So I just found it interesting they did res that just to protect the Hyperloop.
No, I think you're more resing it just to pay 3 credits to draw 3. And
I suppose, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and you're just shuffling back the Hyperloop and Archives, which was a nice bonus. But most of the time, if Gatekeeper fires and you have enough money, you're just resing it for the ability to draw.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So we've got the Botulus off the HQ ice. They can still break it for 1 credit anyway. Hive Mind comes out, so yeah, going to get quite a few accesses here.
Yeah, we're about to dig for 4. We'll see if we find a Vacheron to imp. Looks like we didn't hit anything for the first 3. Freedom, trashing a vanilla, and we're going to steal a Hyperloop extension, electing to keep that imp counter for the very important Vacheron.
Yeah, and I think again now they can go back in. They'll see 2 new cards, I believe, or 3 new cards actually. I think. So,
yeah, 3 new cards. Sports Medal gained 2 credits. Trashing a Rashida. Haven't seen anything else yet. Just a Rashida trash. At this point, you might even just go again.
I mean, 2 new cards. It costs you 1 credit.
Yeah.
So you can easily afford it.
Yeah.
I think why not?
The only downside is that if you imp a Vacheron, it can get Spin Doctored back right away if Lostgeek has a Spin Doctor in hand.
True. That's a good point.
If you access a 2-pointer or basically any agenda that's not a Vacheron, then you would just steal it.
Does Lostgeek purge next turn? Is that something they have to consider?
Oh, it's such a bad spot for Lostgeek if you purge, because you give up your turn, and so I think the question that you need to ask is, if we purge, can we prevent Pinsel from charging this turtle? So Pinsel could run Archives once. Looks like we're imping an Arc Lockdown. So, in terms of this turtle, Pinsel could run Archives once. Do we have an MK in the bin? We do. So Pinsel could run Archives once and then run HQ, and I guess that would be the 2 sources of turtle counter, because Pinsel needs 2 turtle counters in order to break this magnet with the 1 counter on Hive Mind.
The only problem they've got is I'm not saying they're poor, but they haven't got a huge amount of money, and obviously potentially if they hit a Hagen, I don't know if they can afford to deal with it. So no, they're not doing for the purge.
Big score.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah,
we're gonna score and purge.
That's huge.
No, that's awesome. That's fantastic. Because you're now on 6 AP, so there's any of your 1-point agendas, 2-point agendas with an Audacity you can win next turn. And I think you can even Bartic out with the Tranquility as well. You can install it, get you 2 credits, then Bartic. So,
Yep. Yeah, and now with the 5 credits, we are actually threatening. So the problem for Pinsel actually is that there's actually no MU. So, actually there is, because we could just overwrite the Botulus. For the chat wondering what is in Archives, the CVS is in Archives. We've also seen 1 Audacity, 1 Biotic, and the Arc Lockdown has been imped.
Yeah, and 2 mystery cards as well.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly sure, because obviously they did have a Gatekeeper far, so if there's anything in there they could have shuffled it back into their agendas. So.
And Pinsel shuffling back the 2 Simmel chips and 1 I've had worse. Not got quite down to the bottom of the deck yet.
Yeah. We rebirthed so early out of Max that there's still 9 cards in the stack, and I believe the Earthrises have been cut, so we're just on 3 copies of I've Had Worse, and that's the only card in the deck, if I'm not mistaken, that draws us cards.
Ouch. And this is... At least this does turn off the Biotic option, but that felt a very, very quick res, so that maybe thinks they have got the Dusty in hand, but...
No, it's just very expensive for Pinsel to break this.
Yeah, that's true. That is also true as well. Because Pinsel can't continue on, because you can't let the draft fire because all manner of things will happen at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, this costing 7 credits for Pencil to break and putting him down to 1 is a lot of money.
So I think, yeah, they just have to hope that Lost Geek doesn't have it. And I think pause implies they probably don't. I suppose anything that Pencil at least has in their favour, they know. Well, there hasn't been a shuffle, has there yet, that I'm aware of? In R&D, so they know what's in R&D.
Yeah.
Not recently.
I didn't track how many cards Pencil accessed. Actually, we can just look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So at Pencil access 5, and it looks like Lost Geek has drawn 2, and they just click 1 drew. So that means Pencil still knows the next 2 cards in R&D.
And the fact that Lost Geek didn't win this turn means either they haven't got the audacity or they haven't got the agenda at this moment in time. They could have the Bartic in the agenda, so we're going to have to wait and see on that. So Tranquility for the draw.
And then we're just taking a credit and throwing one out. From 2 credits, with 2 credits, you have the ability to play red level clearance to draw 2 cards, and then Audacity, the agenda. So I think that's why Lost Geek took a credit there, because it puts the red level clearance Audacity play online. And Pencil kind of has to respect this card in the remote here, so I wonder if he'll be able to get to that this turn. Because there is 2 Rashidas, and with Lost Geek at 6 points, any agenda does win. It looks like it's not the Rashida. Oh, we're just going to score the agenda.
No, hold on.
Well, no, if he doesn't...
Isn't there a clot in the bin?
It's already installed on there.
It was on the board.
Oh, sick.
Lost Geek just put the Vitruvius behind the Gatekeeper Drafter, guessing that Pencil would not run in.
Wow, yeah, because it would cost them 5. I mean, I think they might have had Paladin money, but yeah, it would have cost them. Yeah, they potentially could have got in there, but yeah, it's such a huge risk. If you spent all your money and he's not, A, it doesn't mean you're the game anyway, but B, yeah, it just seems quite high risk. But that's very bold by Lost Geek, very impressive to go for that.
Yeah.
Pencil had to break that drafter, and Pencil had to either use MK Ultra and overwrite a program or use the simul chip, and it looks like that is enough to knock Pencil out of this cut.
I believe that is indeed, yeah. Lost Geek progresses, and Pencil is out. Well, I didn't see that coming. I was just working out the clock play, and yeah, it was all over. So should we look at Christopher Tugtigut?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like all the other tables are still going. So that was the fastest game of the 4.
So, okay, yeah, it looks quite interesting so far.
Okay.
Trying to work out who's actually ahead here. Possibly Max, because I think the Corpse only scored 1 agenda point so far.
It's just nice to look at an agenda, look at a score area, and when you have 3, it just fits perfectly in the window based off the size of your screen, and you just see the three hyperloops, same art.
Perfect. So the interesting thing that a lot of people were talking about last night was the process are on 2 arc lockdowns rather than just the 1 in this sports.
Yeah, I'm confused on this one. I'll be honest. I'm very confused on this one because yesterday when we saw the processes sports list, I was extremely confused because we saw a lot of ice, we saw tranquility, we saw Jeeves, we saw 2 arc lockdown, 2 Cyberdex virus suite, and we saw lateral growth, we saw sprint. And I was wondering, what did we cut in the list to make room for that? And the answer is the hedge funds are out for the tranquilities, which makes sense. But we actually cut the Rashidas in favor of Jeeves. That's where the deck slot came from. So there's no Rashidas in this sports metal list, which actually means that Tugtigut is a lot freer to ignore cards that are installed in remotes.
Yeah. I just pulled that up super quick. for everyone to see. Is linked in the chat as well. And close it.
So they're still checking the remote. We'll hit Spin Doctor, which I can't res because I've already got. Well, I suppose I could use the existing one then res that one, but they've already let them access it.
Yeah. They have 9 ice, which is the correct number of ice. At least.
It's the Goldilocks number of ice.
That's right. You gotta keep it. You gotta keep it in the single digits, but it needs to be the highest single digit. And it looks like Chris has actually found a lot of that ice. 5 out of 9, and we've got that stuff installed. But and I don't know if this is true. Let me just check MJP's list really quick. It is true. Oh wait, sorry. Is Chris? Chris is. Yeah, so they are on the exact same list, and their list does not have magnet. So we get to see these botulists running around and breaking ice for free, with no magnet in this deck.
Yeah, I suppose the other thing of interest is the one clot has already been outclocked down at least, so that can constantly get fast advance to their heart's content, which is something at least. And we see that gets happened just now. So we've got Bartek, score the Luminal. And just using those clicks for credits, I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't know, it doesn't feel great either, I'd imagine, in sports, if that's what you're forced to do.
So the great thing for Chris here is that was actually the first biotic that we've seen, the first fast advance piece that we've seen. So there's still 2 more biotics and 3 more audacities. So for me, the click for 3 means that we're trying to get to 7 credits, which we're at exactly right now, so that we can threaten another biotic straight away.
Okay, so Tutscott's asking if there's an action here. What could the action be? Pop in the Spin Doctor?
CVS.
CVS on R&D, yes.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so we're installing Hivemind, and we are getting ready to pop this fermenter for 10 credits. And we're asking Chris if he would like to pop this CVS that is installed in R&D. And it's for sure to be CVS, because that's the only upgrade that Chris has in the deck that can be installed on a central.
Exactly, because Tranquility is remote only, and in fact all 3 Tranquilities in the bin as well. So they go for the purge there.
Yeah, the CVS is just in your deck for value now, because there is no more clot, so you're just there to purge viruses.
Yeah.
And I think we've took to go audio in 5 credits. Keep them poor. Doesn't mean they can check the bin now, at least.
Not big 3 face down cards there.
Yeah, you get to threaten you basically get a relatively free Spin Doctor trigger, because the purge here doesn't matter. And I'll say that it was 3 Hyperloops to 1 Megapre, but now Chris has a Luminal scored. But from now on, the game, ever since the clot was arc lockdown, this is just now a straight up points race. Chris is just trying to get agendas, get fast events. There's nothing that's going to really stop the fast events. You do have to watch out for Freedom, though, because Freedom's going to try to trash things out of hand. But from the runner's perspective, your whole game is to just maximize accesses.
Ouch.
And we got a Audacity getting hit by Freedom out of HQ, so that's gotta hurt.
And obviously with the CVSUs, obviously they haven't got the money for Biotech now, so that is quite big. And obviously with all these counters ticking up now, they can obviously freedom away the Biotech. They've got a good amount of virus tokens they can use, because I'm guessing now that's the next target.
Yeah.
Because the remote, they can't go out of that remote, because obviously with the turtle they can just break it. So fast advances feels the key here for sports, and if you can take away that option, it becomes much harder for them.
Oh no. There are the face downs in archives were all Audacity.
They were
Audacities.
All Audacities. That's I think
Show that again. Yeah.
So that's the problem now. Hence it is Bartek only until they get the last Spin Doctor to try and get those Audacities back.
Yeah.
That's
it was
that's huge.
It was the two Audacities face down, and then the third trashed. Yeah, massive though.
And I think, we saw earlier on, there was another spin doctor they trashed. They could have obviously used the first spin doctor to get back the Audacities and res the other one, which they chose not to do. And as you say, maybe they're regretting that now a little bit.
Yeah, it really depends if those Audacities were already in the bin. Because Spin Doctor's really just there to shuffle Audacity back. Audacity's always the number one target.
I think they would have been. I'm pretty sure. I don't recall seeing any trashes since we joined, so I think they've been there for quite a while.
The trashes, I believe it was just the trash from the Freedom.
No, the last one was. It's the first two.
Oh yes.
It's the first two. We're not entirely sure how they got into the bin. Because if they were face down, I don't believe they would have been trashed. They would have been discarded, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was definitely two discarded because they were just face down in archives. I think, and that's the only way that they would get face down in archives is just manually picking them. I'm very interested to see what brought that up for Chris, because from the sports, like having played a lot of sports, usually when you have multiple Audacities in hand, in most other decks, you discard the Audacities because a second copy of Audacity in hand is just useless, because once you play the first one, it trashes the other one. So it's just not a useful card at all. But in sports, you have 3 copies of Sprint. So even if you have multiple Audacities in hand, you still hold on to them, because when you find a Sprint, you can play Sprint and shuffle the Audacities back. And that's a really, really good thing to do, because Audacity is your primary win con. So I'm really interested to see what brought up the double Audacity discard.
If you have a look, I believe it's on turn 9. I've just scrolled back. There was a double discard from HQ.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is that the 5 cards that Chris had in hand, one was Audacity, and I guess 4 of the other cards were cards that he didn't want to throw out.
Sure.
So we get a biotic score here with the Vitruvius, exactly what Chris wants. So now the game is hinging on this last biotic and the last spin doctor. And Tactica is just trying to find them. And if Tactica can hit the spin doctor and hit the biotic, then Chris will not have a way of winning the game anymore.
Yeah, I think if they hit one, that's good for them. To hit both, as you say, that is basically the game at that point.
Yeah.
And obviously, Chris being only on 2 credits, they've got a bit of time as well. They don't have to panic this turn either.
Yeah, so there is 3 vanillas. That's the only ice that can be rezzed from 2 credits, and looks like none of that is in R&D, on R&D. So Tactica getting the conduit through here. We're gonna knob onto the hive mind, so we're gonna access 4 with the imp counter. So we're searching for that biotic. Looks like we're going to freedom a sprint, which is a free, nice and free 0 cost trash.
Ooh.
And we're gonna imp a Vacheron. Oh, and we're gonna steal another Vacheron. Huh.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just accessed double Vacheron. That is why we had to steal one, because we imped the first one, we're forced to steal the second one, which is, in a sense, that's lucky for Chris to access the second one. It's unlucky to see one at all, but it's lucky to access both for Chris.
Yeah, because depending on what they've got, if they have got the combo, they can just click up to 7 next turn if they want to. I'm not saying they would, but at least that is an option now, at least.
Is there a red level clearance? There is not. So all 3 red level clearances are in the bin. So Tactica is actually safe here to go get that if he wishes, because that will put Chris up to 6 credits, and 6 credits is not enough to threaten a win.
Exactly, yeah. And there's all 3 laterals are gone as well, so that's another way of getting money as well. That's gone as well.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Obviously, you can run R&D again. You'll see 3 new cards. Again, you're poor, I guess, but obviously, if they res vanilla, you can break a vanilla. If they do res anything else, I think everything they could break apart from. I think actually, probably they could break a Hagen maybe with. So just go for HQ instead.
Yeah, we can't.
That's 1 credit.
We can't break a Hagen, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And there's one in the deck, so we're going to respect that. We're going to run HQ here.
Yeah.
Oh, we see
Found
the biotic.
biotic.
That's good to know.
It's good to know. Unfortunately, we can't trash it because we've already trashed this turn of freedom and with Imp. So, but we know the biotic's in hand now. So
I imagine Chris here doesn't have. Well, I don't know, because Chris has to. If we get another run on R&D and we find another agenda, then the runner just wins the game. So Chris is in a tough spot despite having that biotic in hand because he can't use it this turn to score.
yeah, and how many? I'm trying to work out how quickly how many agendas are actually left in the game. Was it 12 agendas in this list?
Yep.
And we know where 8 of them are. So there's 4 agendas unaccounted for at the moment.
That's right.
Is there a way?
Any one of them.
Is there a way to get
anyone-
R&D shuffled other than spin doctors? Suppose a draft fire, gatekeeper fire.
There's
No.
not. There's sprint. So there's
Sprint.
one more sprint left.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Chris has got to spend. I think this is quite a key turn now for Chris at this point.
Yeah.
Working out what to do.
Yeah.
So I think they're discussing openly in the chat about the card scene, working out how much it takes to draw to see a fresh card.
So the other important thing that we should note here is that Tugged Gut has, if you look in the runner's heap, there's 3 fermenters, 3 sure gambles, 3 dirty laundries, and 3 daily casts. So I think that's all the money. There's one more. There's one more Simulchip. So Simulchip could pop a fermenter here. So that last Simulchip, I think, is the only source of money that the runner has. And without money, we can't break a Hagen on R&D, and we also can't break HQ.
Do they have? They got a labour right, so to get some money back. And actually, they're only 1 token off from Amakuk. I think Amakuk gets strength 5. It would break a Hagen. I can't remember. I have to go read Hagen's text. So yeah, they could, for example, run server 2 because that's straightforward enough to get into HQ.
Yep.
Get the total up, so they can do all that. But it's still only 1 credit. Even then, that's still expensive for them. Expensive at the moment. So you're right. It's whether Tugget feels they can afford to have a turn getting some money up, or whether they still need to keep being aggressive at this point.
I think from Chris's perspective, but from 4 credits it's really tough. I thought it would be a really good play if he installed a CVS in server 2 and to kind of bait Asger into running that. But from 4 credits, you would have to take 2 credits and then install. And then if you're at 6 credits, that's not enough to biotic. So that's not really getting what Chris wants. But it looks like Chris electing to draw 2 cards. So seeing 1 fresh card and then taking a credit. But the thing is, this doesn't threaten game. So the runner knows that they have at least another turn with all the laterals in the bin, all the red levels in the bin. We know that we're safe for another turn. And the Vacheron, unless we find that Spin Doctor, the Vacheron's going to stay in there. And if the Vacheron doesn't get removed from archives next turn, then the runner should have enough resources to get another conduit hit. And I imagine with another conduit access, you should find 1 more agenda to win.
Yeah.
Can you talk me through what Tactic's done here with the double draw and then installing the Simul chip? So leaving 1 click.
So I'd assume they want to get Fermenter out next turn because they need money, and that's the best way to get some money next turn. Because I think that is the one thing that's the one resource they lack is eat money, so you want to be set up for that. I guess the remaining clear, I guess deciding what to do with it. They can't draw. They could potentially labour rights. I don't know what they would really want to do, really.
Yeah, I think the reason that we had to draw twice was either because the Simulchip was at the bottom of the deck or the 3rd Labour Rights was at the bottom of the deck, and we just had to find it.
So, I guess what does Chris do? I guess it depends obviously on what's in their hand, which obviously makes a huge difference to what they're going to do. But as you say, probably to go to wins on R&D next turn, more than likely.
Yeah.
So it's whether they have a Spin Doctor or can draw for a Spin Doctor. obviously a Purge doesn't. Yeah, so obviously Purge doesn't feel worth it. So he's trying to draw to get the Spin Doctor. Seemingly having got it.
Comment in the chat here: would forcing a Hagen res be really bad? That's true actually. So if the runner runs R&D and a Hagen does get resed on R&D, that is 4 whole credits for the Corp, and with 3 Audacities gone, this is a credit race as well. So that's very true. It will set the Corp back by a lot if a Hagen gets resed. Wow, looks like we're drawing 2 cards and playing a sprint. So we're digging for that Spin Doctor and electing not to go for the biotic threat. So I imagine the runner here gets that fermenter down, pops it, and goes for a conduit.
Exactly, yeah. And I think the thing of Hagen, they only need to install the paperclip. They don't even need to use the paperclip. They can just use Turtle at that point, because Hagen will be at strength 4, which saves a little bit of money. So we need, 6 credits? They've got the Paladin, so they need 4 credits to actually deal with a Hagen. And with the Fermenter, they'll have more than enough to do that.
Yeah, looks like we're going for the HQ run, though, because if we whiff on the HQ access, that will get us a turtle counter, which is enough to break the Hagen as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Hagen would buy a turn, but we actually knew we had a turn anyways.
And there's the Bartic, so I'm guessing you get rid of the Bartic at this point.
Yeah, we found that biotic. I imagine we imp it. Actually, yeah. If you go through the cards that are left, you definitely imp it, because the reason to save imp is for Vacheron, and the Vacheron's already in the bin. So there's no other card that you want to save your imp for, because you can just pay 2 credits to trash Spin Doctor, and that's the only other card that matters at this point.
Yeah, and anything else, if you do hit it, you've still got Freedom as well as an option, but everything else would cost less than Bartic anyway. So
I wonder why we're not running R&D here.
I suppose maybe they feel like they're safe enough to run HQ and then just do one run on R&D potentially, because there's only 4 cards left in R&D, so they'll see all of them regardless.
Ooh.
And that's game anyway.
Yeah.
Vitruvius out of hand, run Archives, get the Vacheron, and it looks like that will be knocking Chris Burke out of the cut as well.
So
Chris saying there, I found the spin eventually. Finally got there.
So they had the combo, just didn't have the money in the end. They had both the cards they needed. We don't know when they drew those cards. Well, we knew the Bartic was there, but not the Vitruvius. But yeah, so they did have it. It just lack of money seemed to be a problem there for Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Comment in the chat there about Gatekeeper Scare on R&D. There is only 2 Gatekeepers in this list, and they are both accounted for on the board. Although Botulus does block that, so that might be a little bit harder to see. But there is a Res Gatekeeper on HQ already.
Just jumping into table 6 to see where they're at. And that's actually only the second game with a result. With 5 minutes left in the round, there's still 2 games going.
And this game seems on a knife edge as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
So MGP's tagged. And there's a balloon in the bin.
Blimey.
We got APOC'd, and here's where we are. So this Acme deck is trying to prevent APOC. And it looks like we've made it to this point. So we've gone through a Chrysium Grid, we've gone through some Voids, but it looks like an APOC eventually did land, and we trashed a bunch of ice, Balloon in the bin. And we're just trying to protect that Balloon in the bin right now.
But a Hydra Res now will be very nasty indeed, because being tagged already means everything's online immediately.
Acme makes everything online.
Oh, true. Yeah. Good point, actually. I know the game came in the bin, but it's very expensive, so which I'm guessing is why MJP's not running archives. And there's 1 card left in R&D. Wow.
Blimey.
Okay.
Oh no.
But this deck doesn't play. But this deck doesn't play Spin Doctor, thankfully. Nope. It plays the preemptive.
There's 1 preemptive. Actually, it's funny. we almost didn't play the preemptive. We almost had a market forces instead of that preemptive, but we ended up cutting that market forces for that one preemptive, and it looks like that is going to be, it's going to come up big here. Although market forces would also be really good, but unfortunately, with no preemptive, you would just lose the game.
Exactly, yeah, because I think this is maybe what MGP doesn't need to worry about the loan. It's actually the game they could just win by the Corp just taking themselves at this point. Because I don't see the Corp hasn't got any remote to score out of at the moment.
Yeah, we're just trying to rebuild our centrals just to make sure everything is safe.
Yeah. Chat saying there's attitude adjustment as well, but
yeah, attitude adjustment works the same way as Spin Doctor, which is you draw 2 cards and then you can shuffle. So if it forces you to draw, it doesn't actually save you from a pending loss on drawing too many cards. But it looks like we're going to run archives here, and we're going to steal that Bologna.
Credit perfect.
Wow.
Well played. Preemptive on the bottom, last card.
Right, so I think
brutal.
they were done for anyway. That is really unfortunate.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Bridgman's last turn, Bridgman drew 2 cards and iced HQ. So he was digging for the preemptive and didn't find it. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Rough.
So
and Bridgman and MJP played against each other in round 6, and Bridgman wanted to play because he thought that they were favorable matchups, and he actually lost to MJP's max both times.
So the other game's still going, the last game.
Yeah, I don't know whether to jump in with 2 minutes left. Shall we just quickly have a look?
Django's on 5 agenda points versus Rotom's 1, so it looks quite favourable for Django at this point, to be honest. There's some heavy ice on R&D and HQ, so I don't know how Rotom can A, win, and B, even get up to 5 points at this point. They have got quite a bit of money, at least. And I think we should see how this, if there's a way they can sort of get a win here somehow.
So just having a look through the board state.
Yeah, 419. Rotom electing to keep the Citadel in their deck, which is, in my opinion, an excellent choice. And that's obviously paying off here. There was talk of cutting the Citadel in 419 because there wasn't a lot of tags running around, which proportionally there isn't, but looks like we're hitting that matchup where it matters here. Rotom's in an excellent spot in terms of the board.
Yeah, I mean the clock is the real issue here, isn't it? 1 minute left in the round,
and you're down 4 points. That's very true.
And that purge there. With the Bagolta in the bin.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So that is
Bagolta in the bin.
Yeah, trying to work out how that got there. I wonder if Rotom just thinks Bagolta's not doing a lot in this match.
Oh, that might be true.
Hydra.
There's 2 Hydras and a Turnpike. So I guess we're just gonna boomerang Hydras.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think you can boomerang different option. You can boomerang the first 2 subs, I guess, at this point, and then the last sub just gives you a tag which you've Citadel you don't care about. So
exactly.
So run archives. I don't think this list has CTM. Not CTM, has CVS. So there's no real fear there. You get the clip out.
Yeah, and it looks like R&D with only 5 cards in R&D. A lot of last round, all the games ending quickly, and this round, all the games taking a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So I guess going to force a spin. I'm assuming there has to be agendas and archives at this point, so forcing the spin dock to be used, but we still don't know what else will be left in archives.
Spin doctor not used even.
Oh wow, there isn't. So both beams there. Yeah, I mean the kill effect will be long gone.
Yeah. And this is a very classic CTM build, really, isn't it?
Oh wow, it's the last turn, so don't know what Rotom does at this point.
Well, you got 3 clicks, and you need to steal 2 agendas. That is the math.
So you got a second counter on turning wheel. So you draw, hoping for the boomerang, hit it on R&D, and then go for a double dig on R&D.
Yep.
Would be my line.
HQ. You can go HQ R&D at this point.
Okay.
You can get into either one. So you've got the clip out to deal with the ping if you need to, and you say you can boomerang, Toll Booth, or Hydra.
Yeah, you just gotta score twice. And for the runner, for the corp side, there's no psycho. There is no exchange of information. There's just 2 booms for tag punishment. So you are very, very safe to float 1 tag. And there's no exchange. So you just need to find 2 agendas, and you are safe to run through this Hydra and take a tag. If that's how it's done.
So I guess where do you try and run if you can run? Because as I said, you've got fairly. I'd say this agenda density is quite high somewhere. So I'm not entirely sure where you'd go. It depends. Have they been able to access HQ a lot? Because they might not in there. R&D, we assume they've not been into for a while unless they've been boomeranging into there. So this is a tricky one. So there's 1 boomerang there being. I assume this deck's playing 3 boomerang. I'm guessing. I'm just looking now. I was saying 2 boomerang. So there's 1 boomerang left somewhere. They're playing inside job. I don't see jobs in the bin. I'm not familiar with the art. I don't see it in there.
Actually, there's actually only 2 boomerangs.
Yeah.
So 1 boomerang, 2 inside jobs. 1 inside job was 1 job was in the bin. I'm guessing that's the only way they get in somewhere.
Yep.
Don't see any other options they've got to get in somewhere. Unless, of course, they've got the Amina in hand, they could install that. But the Amina and then the toll booth means they can't steal a Bologna, which they probably need to do realistically, so they can't afford to do that.
Amina's actually in the bin.
Oh, is that in the bin as well? I didn't see that. Oh, wow.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
I missed that.
Oh, it is. Yes. So basically, it is boomerang or inside job. Basically, is the only options they have left. And with time being called, they have to do something. They have to get away into HQ and R&D. So the fact they're thinking, I would assume it's in hand, because otherwise you'd surely be drawn for it at this point.
Yeah, and Patrick's saying there, the think is which central to try. I suppose you look back over how the game's gone so far.
Exactly.
Get a feel for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. See if you can.
I don't know how often Patrick's been running HQ, but I think a decent amount. So yeah, you just got to get a feel for where those agendas are, because there's still quite a lot left. There are 10 agendas in this deck, and we've seen 4. So there's 6 agendas between the 5 cards in R&D and the 5 cards in HQ. So running somewhere and accessing 2 cards with turning wheel and stealing 2 is not unlikely. I mean, it is unlikely, but it's totally possible for that to happen here.
So I guess one angle, if they had the inside job in hand, one thing they sadly can't do, because I think they are credit short, would be to obviously bounce off HQ and just take the tax. But then that leaves 6 credits into job cost too, so therefore they can't steal Bologna. So I don't think, sadly, that's not an option to get another turning wheel, sadly. Obviously they can't bounce off R&D, because that would be very bad. So they can't do that either.
Yeah.
I was saying
that's a good spot.
I'm just going for because once you take a tag, then you can't. I was saying that could you? I don't think I'm thinking about this. If you bounce off the top, if you would lose 3, you can afford to lose 3 credits. That's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You bounce off the Hydra. The Corp gains money, which you don't care about. There's nothing they can res. It doesn't do anything. That's irrelevant.
Yep.
You then bounce off that. Take a tag, end the run, fine, don't care. You could then inside job, or not inside job. If that would work. That still would actually work. That could work, unless my maths has failed me.
Is an issue there not being able to steal 2 Bolognas?
That is a potential issue. So you are potentially because with the inside job, you can obviously. That's a fair point. So I suppose you're. Do you want to gain an extra access, one extra card? So it's a boomerang anyway. So
Looks like it's So that means we don't have the inside job.
Yeah.
Unless it's possible we still have it, because you could boomerang R&D and then run R&D, and then you could inside job HQ.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a fair point. You can have both. But again, then that nullifies the 2 Bologna, I guess. So we've gone for R&D.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right call. Because from Django's perspective, you probably, if you have agendas in hand, if you have a lot of agendas in hand and a spin doctor on the board, you probably look to discard those so that you can play the spin doctor juggle.
I suppose the downside of R&D is that we know that spin doctor is going to get used now and just put 2 random cards into R&D. So whatever happens, R&D density will get lowered, guaranteed at this point.
Yep.
But then likewise, if they've been running HQ, they may have a fair idea what's in HQ as well.
So we're boomeranging through, taking a tag.
Yep.
We're going to access 2 out of R&D.
So we know what 2 of these are going to be.
We're going to pop the spin doctor for 2 planograms.
Yes, we need to have 2 hits here.
There's 1, Aries. So now we need to find a Bologna.
So the minus nullifiers.
It has to be Bologna, because if Rotom ties the game, Rotom wins on higher seed.
Yeah, and I don't see how Django can score. They don't got any fast advance tools, so there, so... Wow. And there's 3 Bolognas left. We have no idea where any of them are. Oh, they missed.
That's not it. Do we have the inside job?
So... That is a big question. Also, we can't... R&D's
got the inside job.
Wow, okay.
We have the inside job.
And they can just afford a Bologna, because it only costs 1 credit for ping. So it'll be on perfect money.
They are on perfect credits to rip a Bologna out of HQ here. So if I'm the corp here, I tell you what the odds are.
I do as well. Yeah, I think I would definitely do that as well.
Yeah,
and I hope Django does.
I mean, Django said there's something in there. IP block.
Oh, and that's it.
Yeah,
Django makes it to winners finals, and we'll be playing against MJP. And it also looks like we also know the matchup as well. Django in the winners finals will be playing 419 against MJP's Sports Metal.
Okay. Wow.
And that's because
there was a Bologna in HQ.
There's 1, 2 in R&D. Wow. Wow. So Rotom had some decent odds there with the 1 access in R&D after the Aries and 1 access in HQ. That's some very close games all around in the second round.
Amazing.
So who did we lose? Just so we can recap. I think we lost Chris Ferg and we lost Pinsel, I believe, sadly.
Right. So in the third round, we've got Django against MJP in the winners finals. And then the 2 elimination games is Bridgman against Lost Geek and Tucked Gut against Rotom.
Cool. So there's a 5-minute break here. I'm going to take 5 minutes. I don't know if you 2 want to carry on chatting or take 5 minutes as well. But I'll...
I believe somebody else is coming on, right?
I will have a look in the waiting room, in the lobby, as it were.
Okay.
Well, I'll take a couple of minutes and, yeah. We'll catch you in a sec, either way.
Okay. So looking, I don't know, hopefully we're still alive. If not, I'm just talking to no one. So we've got Bridgman, I'll be playing Acme against Lost Geeks Max, and Tutgut is Max against Rotom's PD.
Yeah. Both the Lost Geek and Tutgut's Max is Hive Mind Max.
So I think the max. I think Acme is not favored against Hive Mind Max from the testing that we did. Although I have a different version of Hive Mind Max that I was playing, so we'll see how Lost Geeks one favors. And Tug to Guts Max should Rotom should be favored against Tug to Gut here, because I think Rotom. Well, I think PD in general is just good against Hive Mind Max because you have magnets, you have sandbox, you have CVS.
To have a quick scan through. Yeah, Rotom's only got 1 CVS and only 2 magnet. I suppose one see if it's expected 2 magnet. Yeah, just having a quick scan through what they've got. So which match? So you think obviously I think you've said already that Lost Geek seems favoured to an extent against Acme, and you would say that Rotom.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a difficult game to navigate.
Hey, hello. I can hear you loud and clear. Okay. Yeah, Josiah. Yeah, if you can, it's not a big deal, but it's like, imagine, the word Mufasa. It has like a really hard S, so it's like Josiah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I think Ed, have you rejoined us now?
I have rejoined. So just as we're getting the tables up, William, I think you're leaving us now, Soccer. Are you going to go back to bed, or are you going to watch the rest of the tournament?
No, I'll be sticking around to watch in the background.
Fantastic. Well, thank you ever so much for joining over the last couple of days. What's your predictions for the rest of the day?
I have faith. I have faith in my friend Bridgman here.
Yeah.
That he'll make his way up. I was just saying that based off of our testing, Hive Mind Max is not good news for Acme. But
Okay.
we'll see. But the game can go either way still. And I think my version of Hive Mind Max that we tested with is a lot better suited to set up against Acme. So we'll see if Bridgman can get out of the gate. I think if anybody from the losers bracket can go up and win, I think it's either Bridgman or Rotom, because actually, yeah, I think if anybody can get out of the losers bracket and win the tournament, I think it's Bridgman, because somebody needs to be able to beat Sports from MJP, or they need to beat CTM from Django, and I think Bridgman's decks from for Max and Acme are the best setup to do that. So he just has to get past Lost Geek here, and then in terms of Django and MJP, that one I think will probably go to Sports, because Sports is Sports. Giles
Cool.
in the chat saying Bridgman hype. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, we're going to watch Bridgman versus Lost Geek now. Soccer, thanks ever so much for joining. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
And from the other side of the Atlantic, Rotish, we've got Josiah.
Cool.
AKA.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey. AKA. Is it on the mod? Anti-mod?
Yeah, or on T-mod, whatever, just like
Anti-mod?
strikes you first. Yeah.
Yep. Taking PE to a very high placing yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, and last year's Continentals too.
Yeah.
PE and Omar.
Yeah, wild. Probably more on that later. It looks like the games are going to start soon. Time has just started for the round. So we're going to be watching here Bridgman's Corp, that's the Acme list, against Lost Geeks, Hive Mind Max, in the losers bracket here. So
Lost Geek is running then.
Lost Geek is running, yes. Bridgman's just taking a bathroom break. Have you been watching much this morning?
Yeah, I got up, I think around 5, and I was like tuning in and out as I did like my morning routine. And it's been great. I think that we really see the creme de la creme of players, and this is why, you know, everyone's tuning in, because they want to get the best and the most condensed, high-quality Netrunner that they can get leading into the next Intercontinentals, the Americas, which I won't be attending because there's a startup tournament same day. But I think that this is really going to be a great use of everyone's time, just for like entertainment, but also information.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, just watching other people and spending a bit of time before they take their action, thinking, obviously you haven't got all the information, but having a little think about what things would I be doing here, you can learn an awful lot by watching these games, and also have a great time doing it at the same time.
And there's also a little bit of like a mind game situation going on too, because I would imagine that a lot of people saw that we had no CTM at APAC, and that encouraged them to be like, oh, no one's going to run misdirection if they can avoid it. Like, let's go CTM this time. And you know, maybe even though it isn't as strong in the meta as it used to be, like a lot of runners saw APAC, they probably took out their tag technology.
Mm.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. I suppose then the flip side, you did have a Reality Plus do well last week. So it's trying to second guess these things, whether the meta will shift that quickly in a week's time or not. It's always quite tricky.
And Reality Plus creates like a fun dynamic because they're not just on the one hard-hitting news. They're also going for like single tags that can be devastating.
Yeah. Cool. So we're underway here.
We've got 2 keeps.
2 keeps. That's always good. I would prefer that anyway. I hate seeing both players mulligan into bad hands and the game doesn't get going. So this has been nice to see. Wow. It could be an NGO. I would assume it is an MGO. That seems far too bold for an agenda at this point.
Just having a quick look at the lists.
I mean, what could that be they've put behind?
Could be an NGO. It could be a very brave tomorrow's headline.
Getting the tomorrow's headline like single advanced would mean that they could trash something or even play some tag punishment after scoring it.
Yeah, and get the IP clock res.
Yeah.
Which actually,
although I'm not seeing any tag punishment as far as operations. Is that true?
Yeah, no, it's just literally. I think it's just getting the value. Just having the really really strong ice.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the value.
Yeah,
Wow, that was a Cyberdex. I did wonder if that was a pitch. And I think against Max,
there's a lot of ways to get in, isn't there? Oh. Am I back now?
Play there, he was definitely like, as the Swedes say, he was like "Kom då, Bamse," you know, and Lost Geek decided to come in. Yeah, it was kind of like a raise and a call.
Yeah, and I think that's huge because obviously if they could have scored that early, the purge obviously doesn't do anything relevant, but just having that ability to know if you need to purge, you can purge and not lose all your temper altogether. Maybe they felt that was the way they had to go. Maybe they felt if the game goes too long, they're in trouble, and they just got to try and push an early score.
Well, scoring an early sandbox is also great tempo, right? Because then if you do fall behind later on in the game, you can always fall back on that purge ability for money.
Yeah, and against Max, purging will generally be quite a good thing to be doing at any point really as well.
So there was huge upside.
It was just down to whether there was a botchless in hand. That's what they were gambling on, basically. But if Lost Geek keeping, you had to felt there was maybe a chance they did have a botchless in hand. I think if Lost Geek is mulligans, then maybe actually you feel a bit happier doing that. But
I agree.
It's And I guess also maybe the thinking was that actually that they shouldn't only lost would think it's an NGO and wouldn't waste their time. So I like it. I mean, I'm all up for bowl plays like that. I do them myself, and I think it's worth the risk.
Absolutely.
But now they've got.
So I think it's so cool that they imported Hansei review to get extra value out of the subliminal messaging.
Yes, that's really interesting. Actually, yes, I noticed that.
That's not like a card that you typically see imported out. Although sometimes it can have some fun synergy with Spin Doctor, CVS, and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point because obviously government subsidies also will influence, and obviously not losing the card. So yeah, it makes sense. And obviously being only 5 credits to turn it online, it's probably quite important for them.
So much value with if you're bringing back like 2 subliminals a turn or something like that.
Yeah. No, I can see that as well. Yeah, so they've had a bit of a think now. So they've obviously added subliminal hand. Obviously, they'll probably place where only 5 credits. So
I'm wondering if they feel like, considering that the games went to time last, or did either of these players' games go to time in the last round?
I can't remember. I think
they were both long games, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So building another remote, that's interesting. I think why would you do that and not just? I appreciate it's obviously the credit cost on putting on server 1.
If this was a casual lobby, my money would be on Daily Quest, but it would just get rezzed, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm guessing it might be Rashida in that remote.
Because there has been quite a bit of Daily Quest NBN out and about lately in the casual lobby.
Yeah. Okay. Really? Okay.
Yeah. It's a fun card.
So I don't know if you've seen, there are the lists.
Oh yeah, he's not on. He is on Daily Quest. Okay. Oh, there you go.
Have you seen the raffle prize has been announced? You might want to scroll up in the chat there.
What's the raffle?
Who's won the raffle? Where is it?
Unfortunately, it's not you, Dave, and it's not me.
Oh man, it's an outrage. But congratulations though to our other commentator for winning the raffle.
For Josiah.
Oh, awesome! I don't see the chat because I don't want to get it, tax my bandwidth or whatever. I'm just spectating the game.
What you can do, you can just pop out the chat and then not have the stream running.
Okay, I'll do that.
I tend to do that, so yeah, I just have that, so I can just keep that sort of keeping on things. So back to the game. Apologies for that sort of moment there. So the card in server 2, which they didn't do anything with, they're now advanced. What do we think that is? Is that an NGO, or do you think they're trying to push out another agenda?
Good question. I think they're trying to push out another agenda, I would say.
Yeah, it's a bold one though. They can't afford to lose anything more. Well, that shows what I know. So they finally got Cyberdeck scored. So get the purge, get some money back. CUS is in the bin, sadly. It'd be nice to have kept that out as if they need to score at some point, just to have that as a purge as when they need to. So I'm guessing now it's a case of trying to get to the void, the analytic void, so they can actually make the remote a bit more secure. And obviously icing up these centrals, which are just completely wide open at the moment, and finding money. So apart from that whole shopping list of things they need to do, everything's fine for Bridgman.
Yeah. On the plus side, the sandbox score, it just, when there's that situation, I think we've seen quite a few times against Hi-Fi Max, where do you purge now, do you not purge yet? And there's a tipping point, and it's quite hard to find. That tipping point just gets slightly lower, that ceiling gets slightly lower there for when you purge.
So we've got
Purging is usually a lot better if you have something on the board that's accruing value for you, like a daily quest. And sometimes you can look at your mandatory draw that way, but usually not. So yeah, I think that waiting to have a daily quest on the board before purging would be a great way of kind of meeting that tipping point head on.
Exactly, yeah, because effectively you're drawing your one card from mandatory draw, and you're gaining 7 credits, which is potentially not the worst turn, because this deck does need a reasonable amount of money to res its big ice, which it likely will do.
Yeah, that's true too. That the sandbox also helps you accrue a lot of value while you're purging.
So Soccer's raised an innovation point in the chat about how Bridgman is on a clock in some sense because the tranquilizer is going to be a problem once Max gets there, and that's a really interesting point. We haven't really seen much of a tranquilizer because it just isn't really needed in sports. But this is a matchup where you do want to use it because if you can start de-resing that big ice, that becomes really important. So Lost does have the one tranquilizer. So it's not in the heap, so it's somewhere.
Yeah,
And just to clarify, there isn't a window to purge with CVS once the simul chip has been activated. Like the simul chip puts the tranquilizer on the ice and it dereses. There's no window to purge with CVS, which is pretty obvious, but I just wanted to point that out.
yeah,
Yep.
worth noting.
So we've now got the daily quest in the remote. So lots of people said what they want to do about that. There's obviously IP block. Now normally you could go for the trace and IP block, but with Acme, because you've got the tag, the only one is actually online. So you do need to find an answer if you want to get into that remote. We've got 2 botches in the bin. There's no clip in the bin.
No clip. There's one MK in the bin.
So that's any record they've got, which at the moment they will need later on. So it's hard to install the clip. Yes, so Bridgman, obviously you're a bit sad to lose it, but you have forced Losky to spend quite a bit of money to deal with this.
Yeah, Lost Geek only on 2 credits now.
So yeah, 2 credits, and they've already got 2 fermenters in the bin. But they've got the daily cast ticking down. They've got the Paladin as well, which will help some of the installs. So just a purge by Bridgman.
Interesting.
So that's purely for money. There was nothing really. There was no virus benefit from doing that. So that's interesting. They had nothing else of value to do on that turn.
Those are some great tools.
Yeah.
But I guess also money. Getting to 14 allows them to have some big ice and have a bit of money left over. But yeah, we saw Lost Get, as you say, setting up nicely. Got the symbol chips now, so at least if they need fermenter money.
Yeah, those are going to be great.
It's just fine when you trash, because yes, you could trash paperclip, but then there's no real value in doing that, to be honest, because you might have to reinstall that again.
Yeah, especially with IP block and the Acme ability demanding a fractor.
And that's it, and that becomes really, really important. Because otherwise, you could potentially risk. I suppose you kind of risk it because Bridgeman's got such a credit lead that they
with the credit differential, IP block works anyway. But
yeah,
assuming
early on in the game,
right, and it's like in the event that you trash the paperclip to get rich with fermenter. Yeah, Acme doesn't care.
Yeah.
Just a little technical question when you're playing Max. If you've got the 2 symbol chips on the board, how important is it to trash it, to use them both on the same turn? Is it not that important?
I mean, having never played Max, I'm probably the worst person to answer this. What's your rationale behind wanting to use them on the same turn?
Just the fact that you only have to trash one program rather than 2.
I see. I suppose it depends on the situation, is your honest answer. If you've got lots of targets, then that you don't care about losing, like a dead botulus, there could be other dead cards. Obviously, in this current ball state, I'd say fairly important because there's really nothing you want to trash at the moment.
Yeah.
Just to continue to point out the obvious, for like newer players, Simulchip, if Max trashes programs off the top of her deck with her ID ability, that doesn't satisfy the condition of Simulchip. It requires the program to be installed when it's trashed.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to lose a program off the board. You can't just use your Max ability to work with Simulchip.
So this is perfect. Now they've got the fermenter, so obviously they can use fermenter next turn if they want, and then Simulchip it back if they want even more money, or they've got other cards, other options. Chisel potentially. I don't know if they want to use that. So we see a planogram trying to draw cards. I guess they want to solidify this board state. Lost Geek is setting up, but hasn't got a huge amount of money at the moment. So this is, and with the money that Bridgman's got, if they can create a decent server, there could be a chance to try and score.
So do you think that that's a Chrysium?
It's either Christian or the Void.
Oh, Void would be interesting.
It would be.
I mean,
I'd assume not. I mean, like you said, the Christian makes the most sense because actually Conduit, it stops Conduit, which is the main threat, so that solves that problem. See, I'd assume it's the Christian. You wouldn't put the Christian one anywhere else.
but if he was in a pinch, he might slam a Void down there.
Yeah.
Turn R&D into a black hole.
Possibly. I think against an APOC list, you would seriously consider using a Void on the Centrals.
Right.
Against Max, possibly less so, particularly at this moment. Unless it's a Void in Server 2 and R&D, we don't know.
Right. All right, let's see if this is a 3-sub ice. Oh, 4 subs.
4.
So they can't deal with this.
That's too expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they could...
There's the on and counter effect too, right?
Yeah.
They could do some nonsense with Symbol Chip and Botulus, but they'd have to trash a program, because I don't think they've trashed any program this yet. No, if that was a Void, I assume it would have been res at this point. I can't remember when the res window is for Void.
Can't you do it after they break subroutines, but before they pass? I could be wrong then.
Possibly.
Yeah. That's correct, yeah. It's before approach, so there's a window in
Fine,
between.
okay. Fine,
Yeah.
oh, perfect, okay.
I
then.
believe...
So we still don't...
Was it 4F? Off the top of my head? That could be rubbish, but...
well, hopefully you're right there. Do some
We need to
reputation,
start giving out prizes, like playmats for passing like rules quizzes, and then like more players will like learn the rules of the game.
It'd be a great idea.
Yeah. So...
Okay.
Right, so...
It appears we've had some botchless nonsense.
Okay. And wow, just doing agenda.
Tomorrow's headline.
There it is. And 2 clicks to clear the tags if he fancies.
Popping the fermenter and just floating the 1 tag. Do you trash the cookbook here?
Where do they have cookbooks? So there's another cookbook in archives. How many cookbooks do you have? There's a 3rd cookbook floating around somewhere.
The cookbook is needed for the tranquilizer, right?
Yeah. So
Well, I love attitude adjustment. That's one of my favorite cards. Before Spin Doctor was printed, I was playing it in PE. It was really good.
Yep. Fair.
oh, wow. So
Because you can Rashida, Rashida celebrity gift, show them the attitude adjustment and the 2 agendas you're going to shuffle away, and then attitude adjustment is crazy.
Lovely.
Which you could probably do in this deck as well, except no celebrity gift.
Yeah.
Still, great combo with Rashida.
So they've jammed another card in the remote. I think Max is just 1 token short of being able to get into there if they want to. But also they have to take another tag. And they probably can't really go tag me. That doesn't seem a particularly great idea.
I just want to point out to the newer players that the ice that Botulus is over, Data Ward, I would say is like the primary reason people would play this ID. Of course, there's lots of ice that benefit. IP Block's a great example. Hydra's a great example. F2P. But like Data Ward, it makes it so that even with the best fractor in the game, you're spending 7 credits, which is a huge incentive to slot Acme Consulting.
Yeah, exactly, entirely right. I mean, this piece of ice just didn't see play because of it was a pay free. You just pay free. The subs wouldn't do anything. You're just paying 3 credits to get through the piece of ice.
Yeah.
With Acme, though, as you say, it turned it on guaranteed, and therefore it's made it really nasty. So,
and then at that point, runners are usually looking to try to bypass it. Or getting 4 Botulus tokens is also a route. Oh, and Knob Curry could get you there, hypothetically.
Yeah. So, we have to assume this is probably an NGO, but then that could be the whole mind games of it is probably an NGO, therefore it's not an NGO.
Second Data Ward.
Yeah. Which... They actually are going to go after it. Okay, I wonder if you just bounce off that.
There it is.
Oh, ouch, nasty.
There it is.
Yeah, so Bridgman obviously has a window now to re-res it. I expect they won't, because if they're going to 0 credits, that doesn't seem at all good. Although they've got the potentially the NGO.
Would you re-res here and show the NGO? The thinking makes me think that there is an NGO in server 2, and not revealing
How do you
it.
get rid of the tranquilizer at that
That's
point,
the
right?
thing.
It's like you're dealing with Omar, so obviously archives matters, but
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just going to keep being D-res, so I think, yeah, you have to accept that it's gone.
and then it's kind of funny because you don't want to overwrite because you're taxing MU at least, although against Knob Curry, not as much an issue. So probably just we're going to see an overwrite ASAP.
The reason you wouldn't overwrite is because at least you force the tranquilizer to sit on there.
Oh, okay. So it's not MU; it's the fact that it's not in the heap.
Exactly. Yeah, it's for different reasons, and if you can afford the 1 credit, ideally you probably do that, and just makes it more difficult for them. And I suppose there's another one we said about Christian. I guess Christian on Archives is not a terrible idea either. Just to sort of stop the Omar.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, what's Christian on R&D?
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I think we said. That's what we made the most sense.
Yeah.
So that's now gone. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough now for Bridgman. How much recursion? So there's only 1 labour rights left. One's been used. One's in the bin. Just again trying to work out what's actually left available to them. But yeah, you have to. I think from Lost Creek's point of view, I think they're definitely in a strong position. They've got the conduit now as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, so that what are we looking at? 5 accesses?
Possibly. Yeah. I'm never good on the conduit maths. I get stuck on the old medium maths, which is an older card. But 5 sounds about right.
Not going for the dig this time though. Just taking the last card.
Just the threat.
Yeah, they're in no particular rush. I mean, the conduit's not a surprise. I mean, there's no cards left, therefore it was in the grip. So there's no sort of worry about the surprise factor. That was going to happen. So just get it ready. So Bridgman just does the purge. As we said early on, not the worst thing. Get those tokens down, get some more money in the bank.
And we've had a result in the winners bracket final. Django as runner has beaten MJP.
Oh wow, that is a bit of a surprise.
Bit of a surprise. I believe that's 419 beating Sports there.
That is definitely a surprise. It's not what I expect to happen, but well, thanks. Congratulations to Django.
Absolutely.
MGP's still in it, and wow, so now we see the Tranquility moved across Trial and D to kill the other data ward.
Kill it.
Yeah. So this is just horrible. It really is bad now. So the NGO gets best they can.
From Stockholm to Göteborg, Netrunners are holding their breath right now.
Okay, so there was some debate about Windows.
Cool. And that Rashida would have been quite lovely as well for Bridgman.
Exactly, yeah. They could put that in either remote, pop the NGO and put it in there, or the other one.
Yeah.
But they didn't lose the game, I guess. So that's something.
What are the outs here for Bridgman at the moment? What's Bridgman going to try and do?
Hope. But I guess realistically, Lost Creek is slowly running out of recursion and steam. And when that finally happens, potentially then there would be a problem because the big ice would be so expensive for Lost Creek to deal with, and they're not hugely rich either. So having to spend the remaining recursion on the money and the pieces they need could be very difficult.
As far as recursion goes, we're looking at 1 more labor rights and
2 simul chips.
like 5 more simul chips or something like that?
Yes, so yeah, 1 labor. It's actually it's all top threw me off a bit. I thought there was 3 labor rights removed from game, but you're right. There's only 2 removed.
Yeah.
That's a lot of recursion, right?
Yeah, that's actually a bit more than I originally thought. Yeah, so they still.
That's a lot.
But yes, I suppose Bridgman, how much longer can they hold out?
Lost Geek just enjoying his position, sitting at Paulie's cafe, feeling good.
Yeah.
We haven't had a fun fact from your sheet yet, Dave.
I mean, wasn't really many on there, but yeah. But yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, because Lost Geek came first in the 2018 Eternal Championships. I don't know if that was the prize they got because they did help design Paulie's Calf. Excellent card.
Especially in startup. I'm a fan.
Yeah, what are you doing with it?
You put boomerangs on it so that if you can't install boomerang with your prognostic Q loop, you can just slam them off of Polys. And that way you can get 2 or 3 boomerangs a run. It's fun for when you're teaching people how to play.
Nice.
So we've got the Omo run, obviously, because Tranquilly got moved off. So pondering what to do about this, and it looks like this Tranquilly done so much work in this game. I'm losing track of how much it's de-res so far. So because of Windows, they can re-res this if they want to. Possibly they don't.
Do they don't have any money? Oh, wait.
NGO.
Have we determined that this is an NGO?
It was because there was a misunderstanding about Windows, so they did res it to try and use it, but then they couldn't use it, so they de-res it. So it's definitely an NGO. We know that 100%.
Ah, I missed that. Sorry.
That's right. It was very brief. It was like a split second it appeared.
Is there any reason not to now just res it and take the money? What difference
because
does it make?
it's going to get de-res next turn. And if you had money, you 100% would, but you just haven't got the money.
Sorry,
you can't afford to be res and get it de-res immediately next turn.
I meant the NGO that's on the board. Is there any reason to keep it sat there?
No, not really. Maybe Hope forgets it's an NGO, but that's just utter desperation at that point. No, there wasn't any reason not to.
Okay, cool.
Quite simply.
Yeah.
Here it comes. So who do we have to thank for labor rights? Mike Sheehan. Mike Sheehan.
Yes, 2017 European champion. I actually faced him in that cut, actually. He absolutely destroyed me. He won very convincingly. So, excellent player from Ireland. Lovely guy. And
he's really kind of the father of this deck in a sense, right?
You can see it in some ways, yeah.
I mean, how are you going to get this kind of recursion without the beauty of just simulchip and labor rights? All you need.
Yeah,
that is true. Yeah, about labor rights, and it's because I think there was that time where Max didn't have labor rights or Levy AR lab access, and that was really tough for Max.
Dark times.
Trope's just not quite the same, is it?
Yeah. I mean, I've tried Trope so many times.
Yeah.
So the Tranquilizer is going to go somewhere else now. Tranquilizer is surely card CVP. Is that right? No. MVC, most valuable card. It's done so much work in this game. It really has.
Huge amount.
And I imagine a lot of matchups it hasn't done anything, whereas now it's just paying itself off finally. So third time this data ward's been rezzed, is it now? Third, fourth? I don't know anymore. I'm pretty sure it's at least third.
You can never have enough data ward.
But the NJ is still there. They still have the NJ money. And the chat's reminding me of the District 99 Max. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. And it's D-Res yet again. Is that it, though? There's one single chip left, I think.
Oh, boy.
I think, one more. One more. And all the labour rights are gone now.
So, and this is it, literally. There's nothing... Literally, I think there's a single chip in hand then. Well, so there's 3 cards unknown. One's a single chip. What are the remaining cards? All the botchless are gone.
I would imagine that Bridgman is hoping to find the preemptive action. There is one, right?
One preemptive, yeah. So
seems like a good time.
Another data ward pops the NGO for the data ward on R&D.
And wow, they just manually break it. Okay.
Yeah.
And all right, let's go.
Finds a Bologna.
Wow.
Credit perfect after the
exactly
fermenter pop.
It was a shame because I think if Bridgman had survived that, it might have got quite interesting then.
Yeah.
I think. But yeah, I think it was just that if I could have managed to sneak out that first Cyber deck, that would have been huge, I think. Because then Persian would have given them 8 credits a turn, which would, I think, give them so much money that actually the D-resin wouldn't have made any real difference. They could have just afforded to keep resin everything. And yeah, I think Bridgman just saying no sad. Is there any other games left we want to jump on to?
We have still got Rotem versus Tadeka.
Let's hop on then.
Rotem in a very convincing position here.
Yeah, Rotom's at 6-0, wow. And a very scary looking remote.
So this is kind of the second piece to the HB puzzle. Precision Design has been like splitting the runners between Precision Design and Sports Metal, makes both of the IDs far stronger for it.
Yeah, entirely right. Because if you could take for one only, you could be fine. But the fact that both require very different cards, it makes it very difficult to take for both.
And then we've seen the Sports Metal decks doing is they're just assuming that the runner is dropping all their PD tech for sports tech, and they're bringing the anti-tech, which is
Yeah.
always it's fun when it works, but I wouldn't try it for my first deck.
Um,
And by that I mean like the second CVS, the second arc lockdown.
so Tudor clears out HQ, which does make the void less effective. Oh no, this is it anyway. That was
That's the
already
score.
agenda in the remote, so that's it.
Yeah.
Well,
Well done.
Rotom wins.
that's Rotom. So I think
You got to
Rotom
wonder how many times have these players faced off on a top table?
Oh,
quite a few, I'd imagine.
Asker and Rotom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably beyond count. Well,
Probably-
on your hands at least.
Probably multiple Euros, possibly at Worlds, possibly other various tournaments. But yeah, face to face and both online.
Yeah.
Great guys.
Wow.
So-
So that was the end of round 3. So just as we're waiting for the scores to update, we'll see. That's the end of Tutherkut's journey, I believe, and Bridgman.
Yes. So the people we've got left, we've got Django, MJP, Lost Geek, and Rotom. So I think Lost Geek and Rotom will play next. So I think we're down to one game at a time now, I believe. Then the winner of that gets to play MGP. The winner of that then gets to play Django in the final.
So what countries do we have left? We have
We
Denmark? No?
yes. So Tudor is from Denmark. Django, I believe, from Germany. MJP and Rotom are both from the UK.
Okay, so everyone is actually from Europe or Africa,
Yeah,
which is awesome.
I think the whole cut was like that anyway. I think.
You love to see it. You love to see the Yanks denied and everyone else as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing people. It's nice to see people enter other tournaments, but when I did that last weekend, getting up at 5 a.m. was not something I really wanted to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, the online has at least meant it has been nice to sort of people get the chance to play other people. Because
Oh yeah, it's been great.
and yeah,
I
hopefully
had a blast doing voice chat. Like even though, like yesterday, I had a blast doing voice chat, and like everyone was from Europe, and it was awesome. And I got to just like meet people from all over the world. It was a great
Yeah.
experience. So I would encourage everyone, even though sometimes you're used to the comfort of just playing in silence by yourself, opening up the voice chat, even at a high level tournament, I think you're going to get a lot more out of the experience in the long run.
I
Yeah.
totally agree. I mean, obviously, playing face to face is fantastic, but if you can't do that, the next best thing is online with the voice chat, and just it just certainly does add something to that.
And that's what I loved about. I think in the tournament briefing, they said, voice chat isn't required, but encouraged. And I think that's. I just want to echo that. I encourage people to voice chat with their opponents, even at the highest level.
And the fact of the matter is, I mean, I'm a relatively new player to the game. I've been playing for just over a year now. And when it's your first, second tournament, you do get nervous and you're not sure how certain rules and interactions work. And I know, I've played against Dave in some online tournaments, and I've been helped through. People are very helpful. They know when you're new. You can say at the start, just so you know, it's my first tournament. So people who are nervous about playing a tournament, it's a great way to get into competitive Netrunner and competitive Netrunner.
And it's a great way to kind of shake the nerves too, break the ice.
Oh, for sure.
Right, because then you're playing against a human being instead of just like, not a nameless but a faceless identity on the internet.
Yeah.
And just to echo that, if there's any new players out there, any on the fence, should I go play a new tournament? Please do. Don't worry about the nerves. I've played in, and I'm not joking, hundreds of tournaments. I still get nervous now. But in the event, I'm always got those nerves before the event starts. But once it starts and you start playing the game, it's fantastic, and everyone's really nice and helpful. They don't worry. As you said, don't worry about saying you're a new player. There are people out there will always be helpful and try and guide you through things. If you've got any queries, any questions, and just play this amazing, fantastic game.
Yeah. And one last thing on that I'd say is, certainly my first few tournaments, I lost my first few games. You drop down to the bottom tables and you meet other people that are in a similar position to you, people that have been maybe new to the game as well, and then you have a good time with people at your skill level, and you can still get some great games down at the bottom tables. So
that's the beauty of Swiss,
Yeah.
right? That's why we don't do brackets from the beginning.
absolutely. It looks like we're going to take a 30-minute break now, just so the players can get some lunch before the sort of the final four. Dave, I think you're going to be leaving us, aren't you? Dave, I think you've left us already, haven't you? Hello? Is it me? Oh, there you are. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been chatting away. Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, I think people have had enough of me by now. Clearly, you've had already. You muted me.
Can I just ask you one question before you go?
Yep.
You mentioned earlier that like you've played in tons of tournaments, you still get nervous. I just wanted to ask, do you find that that's related to the amount of preparation? Do you feel like the more you prepare, the more nervous you get, and vice versa?
No.
Just wondering.
No,
That's how I feel. Yeah.
There's no. It's just. I think it's just almost the waiting. Once it starts, I'm absolutely fine. Literally, the moment I do my magic draw, I'm absolutely fine. It's just that waiting part.
Sure.
Possibly, if I might be more online than in real person. If I went to like a friendly like in-person G&K, I might be okay with that because I'm literally just going for that for some fun. So maybe if it's a real serious event, I might be a bit more nervous. But no preparation. I'm not really thought about it, to be honest. I don't think so. My preparation is usually shambolic, to say the least, anyway. But no, I think it's just that thinking, have I made the right decisions, and just maybe overthinking things, maybe.
I was just curious.
No,
Thanks for answering.
no worries.
Yeah,
Did you finish?
Yeah,
knocking it out?
just on.
Also, thanks so much for the great commentary. I've been really enjoying it.
No, thanks,
I was
you.
watching the stream.
No, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, it was nice to commentate. I don't think we've ever spoken before. It's nice to commentate, and hopefully we'll get to play each other one day in the future.
Yeah, sounds great. Looking forward to it.
Okay.
Brilliant. Right, I'm going to go and make myself a sandwich. I'll be back on in about 20 minutes. Where we'll be joined by Rust Rider themselves, I believe. Look forward to seeing you all there. I'll put a 20-minute timer in my head, and I'll be back then.
Bye, everyone.
Bye for now.
Okay. Bye.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I do hope you had a fantastic lunch break. Unfortunately, my lunch wasn't ready, so at some point I will drop out of the commentary, even more than I am already, and slide into the background while I eat my sandwich. But I hope everyone had lots of water. Remember to have water if you haven't already. It's been a long couple of days, and your health's important. How long have we got? I am joined by Rust Rider. Thanks for joining. Hello.
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 So nice to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming. So do you want to, people that don't know you, do you want to just do a little intro?
Sure. Spider, like, mostly like try and genetically casual, and I placed somewhere in the top half in Euros yesterday, so I'm a decent player, I guess.
Top 32, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh. I didn't look at my standing because I was so disappointed. So maybe it's the top 32, yes.
It comes with some extra prizes.
That's sweet.
Yeah. I haven't actually seen the prize support. Do either of you know off the top of your heads what the prize support is for this tournament?
We're looking at some beautiful Gatekeeper alt art, and I think the Gatekeeper is playing chess. Or maybe a mind game.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think all the prize support is highlighted on nisei.net, isn't it? If you go into the tournaments page, it's all down there. So I think we've got a couple of minutes. Oh, here we go. Lunch break has finished. So I think the first game up is Lost Geek versus Rotom Appliance. Let's refresh Cobra. There we go. And so Lost Geek's corping against Rotom running, which would be cool because we haven't seen a 419 yet today. I only caught the end of Rotom's game, the last turn. Time has started. Looks like the game has just gone up. There we are. Brilliant. So just waiting for Rotom to join the game. So, how does 419 win this matchup?
I would say usually he doesn't, but I mean Patrick's a sick player, so maybe he'll like do some magic. I don't know.
Yeah, so it's certainly something that Patrick was saying yesterday. Still that Vasher on turn one. Patrick was saying if it was kind of equal skill level on all decks, he'd be playing Max, but feels very comfortable with 419 and feels that that's more of a boost than the slightly stronger deck that Max is in this matchup.
Yeah, you got to play what you're comfortable with, and you got to play with what synergizes with your style. Because I think that even players who feel like they play like perfectly or like the Bruce Lee like without style, they still have a little bit of style, and you want to play IDs that synergize with that.
Yeah, for sure.
I think a big thing is like finding the turning wheel early, and or Vashron, and then we can go from there. But I would be surprised if it's like turn 3, and we've seen neither. That like 419 can like win this. But I could be wrong, and just like my first game on stream, I make a prediction, and then it's like fucking 419 winning it by turn 5.
So this 419 is featuring 3 Diesel, 2 Inside Job, a Jailbreak and a Legwork, Penny Shavers the console, and it's all standard fanfare from there. 2 Miss Bones to deal with Chrysium Grid. Cool. But I like the 3 Diesel, that's cool.
Yeah, so the lists are available in the stream chat. I'm just going to put up mine. If I can find it.
3 Diesel is definitely a recognition of this meta where you need as much click compression as possible. And even if you're just eking out 2 extra clicks, I mean, that's great value. But I'm just saying, like, any card that can compress clicks, probably good in this meta.
For sure.
Just go fast or go home.
Yeah. So I suppose the sacrifice that you make by going onto 3 diesel is that you're running a Mina rather than Unity, which a lot of players are running currently.
Yeah, I don't. As a PE player, I don't like seeing a Mina. I'm not. So I'm glad I didn't have to play Rotom.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
I was quite happy when Amina went away.
So we're seeing.
What do we think about the double HQ eyes?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm hoping that one's a border control, but I doubt that's even in the deck. Oh no, nope, not.
no, I don't think there's a border control in the deck.
So hopefully a gatekeeper behind something else, right? Because he doesn't want to fire the gatekeeper until it can end like a diversion or something.
Yeah.
And then you want to put something in front of that so you don't have to res your gatekeeper.
Yeah, so one of 419's ways of winning here is by taxing out sports. Although sports has ways to get money quite quickly, it does run quite shy on money as well.
Well, the Tranquility Home Grid is going to make a huge difference. Probably the number one long-term economic card for the deck.
Mm.
And then we've got on the other side of the board Rozeki. So both of these players are set up for long-term economy. At least, they have the early stages of that setup.
Yes.
I think it's interesting to note that like Lost Geek has already found 4 eyes out of his, what is it? Oh, he's playing 11. So
11.
usually
11
The
eyes.
numbers climb.
yeah.
I want to paraphrase from Sokka's winning deck list from the last Intercontinentals. He said, that you've got all these cards you can run to accelerate your game, but ice slows the runner down. And those are basically two sides of the same coin, except that ice allows you to make plays. And so it looks like Lost Geek opted for even 2 more ice than Sokka's list to make those plays and to slow the runner down.
How significant do you think it is making judgment calls like that, like 2 extra ice? What impact will that make?
Huge. Massive.
And what?
The early ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
The ability to stack ice. Very importantly, the ability to have the option to build a scoring remote. A lot of these ice light sports lists, they're not building a scoring remote unless the runner is, emaciated. And so, but a list with more ice can read the board. It can make educated guesses about what's in the runner's hand, and you can make plays by building remotes when the time is right.
Mm. So something happened there. The drafter fired. The drafter fired. Yeah, we all saw that. Drafter fired, and there was no install.
That's great, and I think great awareness from Rotom to see an empty archives and realize that face checking a drafter is only about half as painful, or maybe a third as painful as usual.
Yeah. That said, Rotom then runs archives twice for penny shave credits.
And is it true that Lost Geek chose to not even install a card from HQ?
That's right. Yeah.
Boy, you could read a lot into that.
Alarm bells ringing there for sure.
Yeah. Huh, maybe the double ice on HQ is a little more than just diversion security.
Oh, let me just defend against the doofs.
Yeah, it's for doof. That's it.
Yeah.
Who cares? No, we might be seeing some important cards in HQ, which means Lost Geek is hoping to find a Sprint, which I think is the key card, that the glue. I mean, obviously Vacheron and all that, but Sprint just makes this sports list hum. And that's probably what Lost Geek is looking for, to make his hand beautiful again.
So if we think that he was a bit flooded or had like good agendas to score, I would assume Server 1 is like one of those good agendas, like Vitruvius or Trend Subjugation, whatever it's called.
And so in order to deal with the drafter, we need one more Amakua token. We've got a paperclip, and there's probably an inside job floating around somewhere. So server 1 definitely on the table.
So just had a shout. Who's on the commentary? Doing a great job. I've got Ornthomod and Rust Rider. Yeah, Commentary's been excellent over the last couple of days. Just want to say thanks to the people that have joined me. Yeah, no, it's been brilliant. Back to the game.
Netrunner's so great.
Yeah, so much fun. How many? I haven't got Twitch up at the moment. I've only got the chat up. Do we know how many people we've got viewing currently?
I don't have it either.
We know you're out there, chat. I mean, we can see you. We just can't count you.
105.
It was like 100 and okay.
Yeah.
So, Drafter is breakable for 2 credits. And that Penny Shaver, good. Now, I actually heard from someone that they feel like Penny Shaver's a little slow because you got to click it. What do you guys think?
I don't think it's slow at all.
If you're clicking for 7, that's kind of fast, isn't it?
This deck's running a lot, especially with the early turtle. And yeah, with the early turtle, you're getting the count on turtle, you're getting that credit, you're clicking it, you're getting an extra 1. I think
so.
Cool.
One more Amakua token deals with Hagen and Gatekeeper.
Mm-hmm. One more type.
So it's
One.
interesting to see that like the agenda wasn't scored, so maybe it's just like CVS or something.
So this sometimes, and I could be wrong about this. Sometimes it's a spin doctor prepping for an audacity, right? So you get your spin doctor safe, and then you can audacity knowing that any other agendas in your hand are safe in archives.
Oh, that's neat, yeah.
Oh, and we saw the sprint. That's great for Lost Geek. I mean, he's not happy about the 5 Amakua tokens. He's going to have to purge next turn, probably. But very happy to see that sprint.
Yeah, icing up archives there, not giving Rotom a chance to get to the 6 to get through.
Right, and yeah, don't get to 6. And also, you got to ice the archives before you purge, because if you purge with the archives open, then they're just going to go right back in. You know, you both lose tempo, but icing archives first, I think, is the wise play.
Yeah.
Chris saying not every ice is 6 strength. It's worth noting. That said, if we look at the list, yeah. So counting the ice, I'll just give a quick shout through the ice if you haven't seen the list. There's 1 Hagen, 2 Vanilla, 2 Gatekeeper, 3 Magnet, 3 Drafter. So obviously the benefit of playing 4-1-9 here is the Magnets aren't doing a ton. The Vanillas with the Turtle out, not doing a ton either. That's 5 ice that aren't as good as they would be in the max matchup.
All right, so Gatekeeper is now breakable. Paperclip does not need to be installed in order to break Hagen with Amakua. So everything is safe. We are face checking. No more.
Cool. So the runner looking very rich here. 4-1-9, 22. And Lost Geek chooses not to purge.
I would predict that we're not going to... Yeah, sorry.
I know, sorry. I was surprised at the not purging there.
It's probably because R&D or archives is vanilla, and there's recognition of the kind of futility of that. But could be something else. Obviously, they wanted to score, right? But dang, this turning wheel is going to build up.
Maybe it's also Lost Geek's money, because if he purchases now, he only can...
he can't even res his ice. 1
good ice, and then the other servers open again. So he wants to rebuild his economy to like 9 or 8, and then be able to purge and threaten more big ice reses. Not big, but like not vanilla ice reses.
Yeah. I mean, the big ice is Gatekeeper and Drafter. Only 3 strength, but those subroutines hurt. And I think we've only seen a Fractor in the bin that, like, after this purge happens, yeah, so now Code Gates and Sentries will be firing.
That's a great play. Using the red letter clearance to install, get money, and still be able to purge, and don't give Rotom a target for falsified.
Right, turning off falsified. That's great, because we don't see any falsified in the heap, and we know that there's there's 3 in the list. Is that right? 3 in the list. That surprises me. Not because falsified isn't a top tier card, but because there isn't as much bait and switch besides NGO as there used to be. In any case, 3 falsified definitely got Rotom where he is right now. So Lost Geek played around it beautifully.
Okay, so installed the Bagolta, running server 1 here. Rez is the gatekeeper. I don't think Rotom's going to be too unhappy to see a gatekeeper there. Obviously,
no, that's great. That's great for Rotom to force this res, because now next turn Turtle can get through the gatekeeper and Bagolter can get through the drafter. So the remote is no longer gear checking. It obviously there's a credit tax, but it is no longer I guess like a binary result.
Question is, does Lost Geek even need a remote after this turn? Because like it's not easy to get in. It's still like 4 credits, and I would assume with the draw he's got, he would have like a nice score now.
If I were Lost Geek, I would be hoping to feed Rotom a Hyperloop in server 1 and get some value off of Tranquility while I'm at it. That way you can get your credits right back up. But of course, diversion's still on the table. Scoring is a priority. You know what's funny? I think that we're not going to see Penny Shaver get clicked again. I think we're single click on Penny Shaver for this whole game.
You think so? You think that's how fast the game's going to be now?
I'm not saying that the game's ending soon. I'm just saying I don't think we're going to see Rotom click it again, because he already got so much value and 17 credits. Set up Rizeki, class act out for efficient draws. But yeah, being able to click for 7, I mean, that's worth it by itself with the MU too.
That's
beautiful.
Sure. In the
Lost Geek tanking.
So in the chat here, the process, which I believe is MJP, I could be wrong. With the Keeper Rashida fire, Lost Geek probably scores here, and you can't easily farm counters from there. So obviously it's going to get harder to farm counters when you got 3 face down ice, archives, R&D, HQ. Where does Turtle run to get counters then?
Yeah, Turning Wheel providing a lot of great central pressure potential.
We're seeing an override on HQ, so I guess that would be the drafter that got over-installed for like a Hagen maybe? Because it's no longer as good with the Bagolta out and brought them on much money.
Right. And just reminding viewers that Paperclip is in the heap.
Let's just have a quick look. Yeah. That's the heap there. Well worth noting there's 3 face down cards in archives as well.
It's the Hyperloop.
That's the Hyperloop.
There's the money.
Getting those credits bouncing back up. That's 5 credits for having an agenda, 1 point agenda stolen. Not too bad, really.
Lost Geek says, "Here you go. You you can thank me later."
Trashing that
home
grid.
Oh, that's
necessary.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Painful though. Tranquility home grid. A 4 trash cost, I think, is an indication of a move in a different direction coming from Nisei. I think that if this were an FFG card, we would see a 3 trash cost, possibly.
Sure.
And but I like the direction that Nisei is taking the game, with the higher trash costs on cards like Tranquility home grid.
Yeah, I think it's a long-term strategy, isn't it, to get win cons that aren't ice.
When I saw the 2 trash cost on Urtica Cypher, I had a lot of confidence for the future of the game.
You're famously a PE player, for those that have just joined the chat. Yeah. So Lost Geek scores out the second Vitruvius there, getting 2 credits from the sports trigger. So up to 4 credits. Rotom's on 12 plus 7 potential on Penny Shaver. Going into R&D now.
No res.
No res. Do you sweep the hand here?
free real estate.
I'm not sure you do.
Good discipline there.
Mm.
Because if you're going back in, it's 1 credit.
Yeah. If you get a counter instead of losing all.
It gets a sheet of trash. And then the last one.
And we're getting Amakua tokens too while we're at it. That's great.
Yeah, so we're
Here's
going
the
to sweep
clear.
the hand. Arc Lockdown. Not going to be happy to see the Arc Lockdown there. With Penny Shaver in the bin.
Yeah, Paperclip is very vulnerable to Arc Lockdown. And that's why I opted as a Shaper to play Corroder. Because I didn't feel comfortable putting a Paperclip in the bin. And I was like, a lot of vanillas. Of course, I was worried about Bulwark. But a lot of vanillas in the meta, Corroder feels good.
I'm wondering why we don't see the Arc Lockdown now. Because Roland saw it on HQ, and there's a REST vanilla on which the paperclip could be installed.
I guess possibly they're thinking that Turtle is going to do enough work sans Paperclip that it's not worth the click, but it's hard to imagine. And that's a huge steal.
That Luminal is huge. That would be next card, which could have been game-winning there, really, for Lost Geek. Big steal.
And as the King famously once said, usually the player who gets the Luminal gets the game.
Mm-hmm. So 2 clicks left. Do you go for a triple look?
It's got to be tempting, isn't right?
Oh, we're going to have a look in archives first, have a little poke, knowing that you can get in for free, or for 1 credit rather, essentially free.
Biotic.
6 Biotic.
1 click left. Of course, it's not like Lost Geek is really threatening to fast advance out of Acheron or anything, right? I don't actually know. I don't think so. I don't think that's a threat.
I mean, we've seen Audacity, we've seen Biotic. Is that enough?
That's not enough to score a Vacheron.
No.
It would need to be on the table already.
Okay.
Yeah. Or 2 biotics and a lot of money.
So I don't think that there's too much pressure here for Rotom to go out to like pull it any triggers. But those top players, they can pull aces out of their sleeves.
Netscape Navigator Aki's just explained how you could do it. No Bass in the list though, but you could red level clearance, click, and then Bass, Biotic, Audacity to score it out. But
Bass is a cool card.
We have seen quite a lot of Basses, but not in this one.
I tested with Bass, and what I found was that Bass is really good. And one of my favorite things about Bass is the synergy with Drafter. Because a lot of the time, if you don't have an iced remote, Drafter installing Rashida is good, but it's not amazing. If you can install Bass with the Drafter, that's amazing.
Yeah, Zeroth Maxima confirming not just the hat that's great on Bass, but also the flavor text. Both excellent.
Why does he wear the hat? Or who ordered him to wear the hat?
So we see a Mega pre-scored, but his own. So the first one. Usually you want to wait for the runner to steal the first one.
Mm-hmm.
But now any Mega pre-audacity wins the game, right? 2 credits are enough.
Yeah, so one of the 4 scores can be a 1-pointer, and so in this case we're seeing a Mega Pre. Sometimes it's a Hyperloop, and sometimes it's like 4 2-pointers, but 1 score away from victory here.
And all those turning wheel tokens are really crucial, because if Rotom can't make sure that there's no Mega Pre in hand, then it looks to be over very soon.
Yeah.
So we see no Audacity in the archive, and I would assume Lost Geek would keep at least 1. So any turn that starts with a Mega Pre and 2 credits will end the game.
Wow.
So as Rotom here, just planning my turn out. Oh, a legwork. Okay. Well, that wasn't on my list of things to do, but great shout.
and the turning wheel to finish the job.
Yeah.
It's interesting too. I think there's a jailbreak in this list. So there was with the turning wheel. Rotom had 2 cards in his deck that could potentially clear HQ.
Vitruvius just takes Rotom to 6.
Oh boy. Oh, hearts are racing.
Drawing up another 2. So potentially the game's in hand here. Question is, does Rotom go to HQ again for 2 accesses, or do you get the second access and R&D?
I'm just so glad that I don't have to make that decision right now.
I couldn't choose.
Look at that. 16 credits on Penny Shaver. He's not going to click it.
No. Unless it's an incredible ruse by Lost Geek, keeping the Hagen face down until last click. Deep dig on R&D for the win.
We also got 6 face downs in archives. So there could be an agenda in there. Like maybe Lost Geek tossed one Mega Pre early, hoping he would run archives at some point for maybe some Amakura.
Oh.
So it's not just between R&D and HQ.
Yeah, Archives is also tempting. Although, just to note, I don't think we saw any scores with Audacity. Is that true?
We haven't seen an Audacity yet, no.
We haven't
So
seen.
I just want to point out that all of the cards in Archives have been intentionally discarded. Would you agree?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. That's the card, right?
Getting that.
That's the card you just drew. There's only one card in HQ, Rosen doesn't know.
Here we go. Gonna see 3 here. There's a Vacheron, it's not enough.
Oh my gosh. I will take this. Please don't find any real points, says Lost Geek.
And another Vacheron!
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry to laugh, but it's an illustration of how
Brutal.
strong this agenda suite is. How
And
many
that's it.
how many points?
And Lost
Wow.
Geek scores out. Gets the extra
I feel
counter
like
on
that
the
was
pre.
Congratulations to Lost Geek. Commiserations with Rotom. This was a picture-perfect demonstration of how powerful this agenda suite is. Here we see Rotom with what I think is 12 points, and Lost Geek winning the game with 6 points.
Yeah. Essentially,
Amazing.
with 6 agenda stolen to 4. But yeah,
Amazing.
nerves of steel from Lost Geek to hold out there.
Well played on both sides.
Yeah, great game. And
In fact, let's drop a little well played in the chat. I
Yeah.
think that's within reason, right?
absolutely.
It's a bit heartbreaking, I think. Rosen played so well, and like he was like a bit the underdog, and then Lost Geek still found the small odds.
Yeah. Heartbreaking is exactly the right word. Like, this sports list has broken my heart so many times.
Oh, of course.
It's the one that got away.
So with that, we've got MJP running against that list in the losers bracket final. I believe. Are we still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Sorry. All went quiet for a moment. So there's a 5-minute break now. So MJP is going to be running with the kind of, what do we call it, the Snare Bears max against Lost Geeks Corp that we've just seen. Rush Rider, talk us through this list from the process, the max list from the process. How's it?
So
Yeah.
we were also on, Richmond and I were also on APOC Max, but this is like a little more tacked against sports because they have the symbol chips and clot.
Yeah.
They only have one Stargate. So it's going to be interesting to see if Max finds the Stargate or if it gets milled. With Lost Geeks rather ice-heavy sports, I can definitely see an APOC coming in. Because if Max can like trash 4 or 5 ice, she will be happy. And it's also the number of clots is also interesting to note because there are 2 clots. So one arc lockdown doesn't do it. So it's kind of like taking against attack. So normally people would just run one clot because you don't need 2 on the board. But then sports started including the arc lockdown, and now people are playing 2 clots just for sports. So I would say the max is. I haven't played this matchup yet, but I think the max is up by a bit. Just because it's so like well tagged. They even have an imp.
Yeah.
So it's
3
just
MK
like-
Ultra is amazing too, right? Because Drafter is like the biggest ice, and MK Ultra is really efficient. You got 3 MK Ultras, you're going to be breaking Drafters, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like
It's
that.
like let's put all the good sports cards on the deck, and then 3 APOC for the rest of the field, and then you're good.
The Snare Bears have done it again.
Absolutely. Just to my 2 commentators, I don't know if you've seen the last couple of games will be passworded. Please don't say that out loud. But just to avoid people joining, I did think about saying that's what the password is. You ever get that feeling when you have to really not do something and you can't help yourself?
So yeah.
We've all been there. Just a little bit shout outs to the chat while we're waiting for the next round to start. I need a gyro high. Yakuza, the Rozeki Arts by Yakuza, that's right. Yeah, one of the prizes from the raffle. Congratulations, raffle winners. Did we get another raffle win? Did we miss that?
Raffle.
Gotta love a raffle. Zeroth Maximus talking about some kind of fiction that went out this week. I don't know anything about that. With Bass. We got, who else is in the chat that I haven't said hi to? Just a reminder, it's Oslet's birthday. Make sure everyone says happy birthday in the chat. Got up extra early to watch Patrick today. David's put up, if anyone wants to test their rules knowledge, I've got an EMEA Continental's ruling quiz on questions in GLC. Something I'm going to pop over and do. I've got a long journey once I finish this stream, and that's something definitely keep me occupied through. And the raffle started as well for a playset of foil sure gambles. Open to all viewers. Do I count as a viewer? I think I've won a raffle already. Rust Rider, have you won a raffle?
Yes, I've heard that like streamers get like triple raffles, right? Because that's why we always just like raffle in there real quick, and then
That's correct.
let me get my free cards.
Yeah, no, it's correct. You actually get if you're commentating, you get 30 entries as opposed to everyone else's one. Just something not everyone knew. Password. Let's type this in without saying it out loud. Oh, look, you can see all my Smurfs. That's fun, isn't it?
Oh, so you're Banana Man. I knew it.
I am Banana Man, yeah. Yeah, just to clarify, I'm not elemental, by the way. Just to make that very, very, very clear. I have played against elemental. I'm happy to show replays of those games.
Have you? Oh man.
No, I'm genuinely
Elemental?
not. No. Yes.
Do not engage. I engaged with Elemental. You know, I was like, you know, I can banter. I can.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
So usually when I play, it's always like, okay, last game, and then it's like very late in the morning, and that's like, okay, let's get off for now. And when there's like a really good player, I'll stay, and I also stay for the banter. When I see like elementals up, there's like something like forces me to join the game.
Yeah.
MK Ultra, ready to rock and roll, right? Oh no, it's bleep you, mother bleeper. I always thought it was rock and roll. My mistake. Bleep you, mother
no.
bleeper is also.
Yeah, that's the classic there.
Hyperloop. This is intentional. Lost Geek's not really lamenting the loss of this Hyperloop. What do we got here? Oh, we got a good imp trigger. Good use off of that imp. 4 credit value. For 2. And an imp token remaining. Server 3 constructed. A possible scoring remote. Or a spin doctor setting up an Audacity. Or a Tranquility trying to make some money. CVS in the bin is going to be relevant. A little bit, or this list is on Apocalypse. It's not so much on a virus game plan, so I rescind that comment.
I mean, it's not irrelevant. It can like come up, but I think MJP will keep track of it. So we have the early MK Ultra in the bin.
Yeah. Lost Geek on a huge amount of money compared to other sports games we've seen so far.
This is really the power of HB, to just install 3 cards and tell the runner that they don't get to set up if they want to interact with you, and if they want to keep, like, if they set up, you're gonna set up even faster. And then also, you know, one of these is probably a Mega Pre, which Lost Geek like wants. Oh, a Hyperloop. Okay, 2 points. MJP not complaining either at this juncture.
Ooh.
Okay, so don't run archives now.
Yeah.
Worth noting, I don't think it's mentioned, double APOC in the bin at the moment, and Rebirth in the bin as well. That's got to really hurt for MJP.
Normally, you would save your labor rights for Max to go through the deck, so you have complete control. But in this situation, and we might see an early labor rights just to get the Rebirth and the APOCs back in immediately, to try to increase the odds of drawing those, maybe. Although, with no ice on Centrals, APOC's not that appealing, right?
Yeah. I think it's more like the antivirus stuff. They want to get like imps back and similar chips. So I'm not surprised if we would see a game without any APOC.
MK Ultra dealing with Drafter cleanly for 5 credits, 3 on all repeated runs. Also worth noting, the first Mega Pre is in the scoring zone, which means all future Mega Pre's for Lost Geek will be worth 2 points. Lost Geek has 6 cards in their deck that they can score to get their 3 remaining scores for the win.
I think it's 7. No,
my mistake, 7.
It's like the Vitruvius to Mega Pre, and then the one I won't try to pronounce.
Luminal.
Lumen.
Trans-substation. I don't know what it means. You don't need to know what it means. It means you get a whole free turn. There's the Spin Doctor. What a great card. Welcome back, Jackson.
Yeah. I mean, and that's really been a huge help for the Corp across the board. Very, very difficult to justify not playing 3 Spin Doctors, really.
Yeah, a little secret for new players. When this game was initially released, not the original, but when the reboot was initially released, the game was broken because Agenda Flood was not manageable. So in the very first data pack that was meant to expand on the game, they included a yellow asset for 1 influence that could click to draw 2 cards and remove it from the game to shuffle 3 back in. So Spin Doctor is the spiritual successor, fixing the issue of Agenda Flood, making it far easier for the Corp to have control over and to not feel like they are at the mercy of their shuffle.
Yeah, just to clarify on that. Yeah, it was the first pack of second cycle. So what happened was when they designed,
mistake.
when they designed the original core, they designed the first cycle as well. So the first cycle came out having been designed already, and then the first pack of the second cycle was reaction to the problems in core.
And the only real problem was just that sometimes the Corp lost and they didn't really have any control over the situation. And cards like Spin Doctor, cards like Drudge Report, Attitude Adjustment, Preemptive Action, they all fix this problem so that you can control your destiny. Even though there is some chance in this game, it is skill intensive, and Spin Doctor enables that skill.
Yeah.
Buy Nisei products now.
Buy Nisei.
So the second Spin Doctor res there. Going up to 7 cards in hand for Lost Geek. No ice on HQ, no ice on R&D. But Mike only on 1 point there. On 1 credit, rather.
Dripping 4.
Yeah.
So the game has slowed down a bit. I'm not sure who is favoring this the most. Like MJP still has a Stargate either in hand or on the deck. So anytime that gets drawn, that would be huge. Lost Geek has got an important agenda, but only on 1 point, and it's turn 6. So I would say Max is looking up a bit at the moment. So we lose the third apocalypse. Just checking. Like even with no imp, a Vashon spear would be huge.
Yeah, exactly. Early Vacheron doesn't need to be imped. If the Corp is on 1 or possibly 2 scores, you don't need to imp Vacheron. You can just steal it, and if you've got Clot, then you can definitely slow the game down enough to get that Vacheron value. Not to say that Vacheron isn't a little overpowered, maybe not. I don't know. Leave it to the viewers to determine that.
We still have the clock going, so there won't be any scores this turn.
There it goes.
No, it's not.
Get out of here. Both simul chips still in the deck though, so the clock can come back.
And Stargate out. Hits a hedge fund, the Cyberdex, Virus Suite, and a Mega Pre. Do you bin the CVS here?
Get them both in there. Or wait, what happened? You got shuffled back in? Spin Doctor.
No, trash the Mega Pre. And then running on HQ. Simul chip out.
Would you simul chip the imp now to trash the biotic? Oh, well, turns over. Doesn't matter.
I think you want to keep the simul chip for the
Plot.
Yeah.
Of course. Who needs biotic labor? Or, who needs to trash biotic labor when you can just instantly install Clot during the Corp's turn, preventing them from scoring, even after they've invested all that cards and credits. It's a very powerful ability.
Lost Geek has the money for some amount of biotic labors, but the agenda would hurt.
Yeah, the agenda would hurt quite a bit.
I could see like a cheeky bluff here, where Lost Geek would... No, there's no good installs to bluff, right? I was thinking about like baiting the clot with like a biotic install and then some stuff. But I guess you... Oh wait, are we doing it?
Yes! This is great. Especially if it's a Vacheron. It's hilarious. If it's a Vacheron, then it's like next level.
But like you still need to steal this, don't you?
Still got to get through the drafter, yep. And Lost Geek would have a click left to put a second ice on server 3. With MJP starting their turn on 5 credits could be a little bit too much.
Yeah, Gatekeeper is nice, right?
Gatekeeper is great.
Yeah, can we see the heap
Wow.
again? Yeah, of course. So chat
That's a tough.
asking for the heap. There's clot in the heap. Obviously, Simmel chip. What are you looking for here with Simmel chip? Do you think? What's Mike's decision?
Can't plot this. Interestingly enough, just because of the gatekeeper.
Go ahead. Go ahead, he says.
Yeah, allowed it.
Please no luminal, it's luminal.
Okay, it's luminal.
So I have a question. Do you arc lock down the clot, or do you wait for Max to mill the second one as well?
Wait. There's no point in locking down one, I think.
Cool. So if our viewers are wondering why we're not seeing a windmill arc lockdown, it's not necessarily because it's not in hand. It could be because we're seeing some patient play.
Yeah. So we see draws and no action with it. So that means maybe Janus have been drawn. Although I would think if Lost Geek would like draw into a flood, he wouldn't like put it publicly in chat. But let's see.
Okay, and using the last click to install behind the drafter there. Money seems to be no issue at the moment for sports. Stargate hits red level clearance of Vitruvius and a drafter. Trashes the red level clearance, obviously one of the ways that sports can score out here.
This is a great play. It's a shame about the Spin Doctor. The great play here was that, you know, if you put the Vitruvius in archives with Stargate, then it's so much harder to... Oh, never mind. There is no Stargate.
Oh, found the Vitruvius in HQ.
There it is.
I would be surprised that was the only Vitruvius in there.
You'd be surprised if it was the only one.
Yeah, I would say that another one. Because like this lol came like a bit fast. Like, oh lord, you took my only agenda. But there are like 1,000,001 there.
Yeah. I mean, I think that draw from sports there, although you're good on money, the draw suggests that there is more in HQ. We can shuffle some of these away now.
So it's also interesting to note, like, what do you do with the bash rounds now? Like, if they're in hand, do you keep them in hand, or do you shuffle them into R&D? Or even, like, put them just in archives with the Spin Doctor still alive?
I mean, I suppose it depends what the 6 face-down cards in archives are already. You got the 1 Mega Prey,
Yeah, I mean,
but... But perhaps, well, we won't see, but... I think what those face-down cards does really affect your decision as Lost Geek. What gets discarded at the end of turn, if anything.
yeah.
Mike not flush with cash though at the moment, and if the win is in archives, it's going to be fairly expensive, whatever it is, to get in there, even if it's a paperclip install or Lost Geek popping.
Right, and also there's a possibility, a very slim possibility, that we see like all 3 Black Orchestras arc lockdowned, or all 3 paperclips arc lockdowned in the same fell swoop, and in that case, our archives might be impassable.
Yeah, it's entirely possible it gets turned off.
Slim chance.
Yeah. So interesting there. Lost Geek pops the Spin Doctor. Before the end of turn.
Space in the remote.
Yeah. Opening up the space.
Right, suggesting that the card in server 3 is not an upgrade.
Okay, we see Tranquility, Home Grid, Audacity, and Hyperloop. Trashing the Hyperloop. Okay, if Mike can get into archives now. Is the win there?
It's not yet game, right?
Not yet, no, there's just 1 point in there, 1 shuffled back.
Yeah.
Lost Geek considering whether to draw 2 cards or gain 2 credits from their sports medal liability. Opting for the money.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that does say something.
Genders on R&D, which he could draw, but he chooses not to.
That suggests to me, it's such an obvious thing to do. I wonder if it suggests that there is actually agendas in HQ and we're trying to divert the runner.
Maybe we have an agenda in server 3 and they're thinking that if they draw, they might have to discard good cards while they're scoring out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so CVS doesn't do anything here. Going for one more and hits the drafter. We've seen there already.
It was an agenda. Okay, Lost Geek kind of getting some parity here. With a bold play too, right? Wouldn't you agree that just plainly installing the agenda in server 3 was a little bold?
Okay, this Stargate run's absolutely huge. We've revealed Audacity, Megapre, and Vitruvius. So I think...
Games and archives, right?
Well, so you trash the Audacity, steal the Megapre,
and then you're
draw 2, and then you got 2 hits.
Game.
You got 2 hits on archives then, HQ then, I would say.
Oh, right, because they're going to draw after stealing the Megapre, of course.
Or if
How much?
yeah, because that's the alternative is that you trash the Vitruvius and give yourself 3 clicks to get into archives.
I'm sorry, is there a known fast advance element in HQ, or is it just the Audacity on the top of the deck that's threatening to score right now?
Audacity on the top's all that we know, I believe.
Okay, but it's not like HQ is well defined.
No.
We know there's a drafter in there.
I haven't kept Super Track, so I don't know of any. And we just drew up with the Luminal, so I think it's mostly new.
Oh yeah, the second ice on server 3 could even be that drafter. Or maybe I've gotten my turn orders confused.
Oh, is there an imp?
Hmm.
No, I don't think there is. There's one imp in the list.
So you could you could simulchip the imp to imp the Audacity.
Okay, Mike's trashed the Vitruvius.
Is it?
Yeah, sure, gamble. Getting that.
Three
money. Hoping for overclock here, right?
Yes.
Hoping for overclock.
Yeah.
That's good old overclock.
Guaranteeing overclock, in fact.
Oh, the imp
The
was on the
power of
board.
maths.
The imp was on the board.
Yeah, simulchip imp was a line, I think. It's not for me to say, though. MU coming into play. Imp going to the heap. It's not needed. Black Orchestra is going to make an appearance and it's going to be enough with a credit to spare.
And there we go, 1 credit to spare. Yeah.
GG's in the chat. GG.
Well done. Good game.
That was great game. I feel privileged to be able to witness such talent.
Yeah. So that's Lost Geek finishing in 3rd place here. Mike makes it to the final against Django. Django currently undefeated today. So how the finals in double elim, just to explain for those that are new to competitive Netrunner, the finals will be Django essentially has to win 1 game. Mike's going to have to win. MJP's going to have to win both the Corp game, which is going to be up next, and then the runner side as well to win the championship.
Be right back.
Do we know who's copying first?
We do, yes. It's going to be MJP corping first against Django's runner. Django on 419.
Okay, so let's hope for a bracket reset. Because like sports will beat 419, right? Is it 419? I haven't even checked. Yeah.
So if I just pull up the list quickly, just asking if there's going to be a short break before the finals here. So, haven't seen much of Django today, but that should just pop up now if I press the right buttons. So that's Django's list there. Obviously, Django running first. So we see the comparison with Rotom's list, the Unity there instead of the Amina.
I mean, it's a good card.
We have only one falsified. I think it's strictly better versus sports not to have too many of those.
Yeah, falsified is really good. Kind of the reason that Criminal doesn't have a parity to Wildcat Strike and Creative Commission. Falsified kind of already exists in the meta, and that's why you don't really see like a card like that in the new set.
Yeah. And Criminal has some good money cards already. Not that Wildcat Strike is a good money card, but just in general.
Sure.
So they're just going to have a couple of minutes break here.
What are we going to be watching next?
So it's going to be Django's runner, the 419, going against Mike's Corp, which is.
Is this losers finals?
No, this is the winners. We're in the finals. We're in the finals.
Oh, this is grand finals.
Yeah.
Grand finals.
So,
okay, so who needs to win twice?
So MJP is going to need to win twice here.
They got it. My money's on MJP.
Well, yeah. So certainly the first side of this match is Corp favoured with the 419 going against the sports list. But then tough matchup with the CTM against 419 for Django. Django possibly
no Citadel. No Citadel.
There was one Citadel. Yeah, there's one. In Django's list. In Mike's list, there's no Citadel. No, I think there's no tech. I'm just pulling it up now. 1 second. Apologies.
No, I should have already done it.
There we go.
MJP is on Max, right? So it's the final would be Max against CTM.
Yeah.
Max against CTM.
Yeah, and the CTM list really a response to the amount of Max out there. Appears to have been a great matchup over the last 2 days for CTM. Soccer was saying he thought it wasn't quite as imbalanced, that matchup, as everyone's saying it is, and it's about a 50-50.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Like, interestingly enough, like Max obviously tagged against like all the HB stuff with like APOC for PD and Clot for sports, but Django has Sand Sensitive Grid, which can be clotted, and he also wants to like build a board for APOC. So if Max can get like a big turn with like End Up and Deuces to like clear the board and clear the tags afterwards.
So are we okay to join as spectators here? Just the commentators, I mean?
Absolutely.
All right.
Is this Scooby-Doo for the password?
Ah, yes.
I believe it's the same.
Unban stim hack is the password. Just try it 3 times. Type in unban stim hack. It'll work.
If I can spell the password, that would help. There we go. And that should be up. And press that one. So yeah, players, just taking a moment before a final. Obviously, it's been a long couple of days for everyone, including the tournament organisers as well. Again, a big thanks to them. Big thanks to my co-commentators as well. And thanks to everyone that's been joining in the stream. I hope you've all been enjoying the last couple of days' action. I think we've had some super tense games.
It's been Olympic.
Yeah.
The level of competition that we've seen.
Wouldn't the Olympics be like intercontinentals though? So we are still like in the only on one side of the continent.
Fair.
Yeah. Sort of like the regional
Oh, I
championship.
hate this.
Okay.
As runner, this is my least favorite thing to see on turn 1 in this matchup. Triple install.
So what do you do? Do you try and clear the board here as 419?
I don't know. One of them's a Mega Pre. You don't want to touch that.
I mean, Miss Bones helps here, really.
That's a very good point.
Finds the tranquility.
Tranquility home grids going. They're going home. They're going to their real home. Back to the moon. Okay, there's a Hyperloop. So maybe you don't run server 1, right? From now on, you just assume it's a Mega Pre until it's revealed to be a Spin Doctor?
Could also be Jeeves.
Oh no, it could be Jeeves. Danger, Will Robinson. Okay, I think it's a Spin Doctor, right?
Wow.
Now that we saw the early Audacity?
That would look like a spin doctor.
Surely.
Yeah. But I mean, if you had better agendas to score, maybe you wouldn't score the Hyperloop. So you wouldn't put like the Vitruvius in spin right now, right? So you would just score the good agenda.
Fantastic point. So yeah, maybe not. Okay, server 1 is an enigma, and we're probably not going to find out for a while.
I think if it's an enigma, you would lose the game because you can't.
That's a game loss.
You can't put ice there.
3-1.
Okay, so we've got the ice on HQ, obviously preventing the doof threat, or attempting to. Both players not flush with cash at the moment. Obviously, Miss Bones credits trash assets. Oh, stupid blooming thing.
Vitruvius Steel might hint to not finals. For me, this looks like Django might take this right here, right now, even though it's early to say.
Especially if we see a Vashron stolen next turn. I think if we see a Vashron stolen on Django's turn here, that's going to be GG.
Yeah.
My guess. But R&D has been iced, and Vashron is far less vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty perfect, really, for 419, getting that turning wheel out. Getting to 3 points. So Mike...
Right, they just need Turtle, and then they have everything they want, really.
That's it. What's Mike looking for? What's Mike looking for here?
I think Mike needs the steal of the, what's it called, like Grand Prix, Mega Prix.
Sure.
Because he already scored one pointer, and we can't afford to score another one. So Django will do his best not to score the Mega Prix that's either in Archives or Server 1.
Yeah.
But I like that Django is taking it a bit slower with more setup, because he doesn't need to rush it at the moment. He has all the stuff he needs. Ooh.
Okay.
Talking
Forcing...
about all the stuff he needs.
Dirty Laundry efficiently disposing of the Spin Doctor.
There we go. There's
Okay,
the
it's just
Hyperloop. A second Audacity in the bin as well, and 2 CVS. Not relevant at the moment.
It's a shame that MJP didn't have the opportunity to leave a Mega Pre in Archives.
Yeah. It's big.
Boomerang
Oh,
HQ.
boy.
This is rough.
At least it's not a legwork, right?
I think this might be worse, because this stops the Baltic
Good point.
next time. And the hand is full, so they can't... I mean, they can still build board, right? Ooh, we're rezzing. So that's a Jeeves, server 1.
That always hurts. When you have to... Like, you can't ignore Boomerang, right? You're forced to res to get the Boomerang off the table, but losing the value of your first Gatekeeper res, that stings.
Full hand and no money.
Okay, scoring the Luminal here. That's the 3rd Audacity in the bin now.
And it's worth noting that because Amakua was not on the table, there was no reason for MJP to pay to not expose the Loom.
For sure.
right?
Yeah,
Can we? I'm not sure. Like, I would just
I'm with
assume.
you.
I'm
with
always
you.
making assumption.
I mean, I think that running involves a lot of educated guesses, right?
Yeah.
And that's the importance. Newer players sometimes fail to recognize the importance of running HQ. It's not just to get agendas. It's so that you can make educated guesses further down in the game. Very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you can make things a near certainty, or even a certainty. Very, very powerful.
Got a very slow penny shaver going now.
A manual paperclip install.
Oh, what a read!
What
there.
a read!
What a read!
What a read!
Respecting the lockdown.
What? Oh, that manual paperclip install. Django's patting themselves on the back right now for that one.
Action, and that's it.
Oh my gosh! Django is our Intercontinental Champion.
Looks that way.
Congratulations.
2 Vitruvius in the bin. Wow.
Amazing.
That's sick.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Wow. Overturned 6 minutes. That's the finals. Congratulations to Django 8-4.
419 is the ID. Wow, that's awesome.
That's what
I
happens
think
when you don't draw
bodes
sprint.
well for moving into America's Continentals.
Yeah.
The Americas.
Wow.
Weeble pointing out in the chat, it wasn't really a read when the Corp had 0 credits. Yes, fair point. The only ice that could be rest was vanilla. But yeah.
Good awareness.
Good awareness. Well thought through.
It wasn't a read, it was awareness.
Yeah. You know, I probably wouldn't have been able to think that hard myself. So
I'd have been like, face check it. They can't res it.
well, that's that.
Amazing.
Are we gonna try and get Django 8-4 into the comms?
Get them in here.
We're gonna play their national anthem, right?
Do we have the what they call Groovy bot in here?
Oh, there we go. Mike's asked. Perfect. Yeah, Mike's just asking. Yeah, I mean, I suppose with the sports list, sometimes you're not finding ice in the right place. Yeah, I mean, it seemed rough for Mike, but 419.
I feel like it was the early turning wheel, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Meant that Mike had to ice up R&D with something, lost a bit of tempo there, and the deep dig was a threat right from the word go.
And then also, it's like there was kind of like a feast of audacities and a famine of biotics. It felt like maybe.
Mm.
I think they've had the money for biotic because the doofs came in on such like perfect timings.
Mm-hmm.
They were always like on 1 or 2 credits. Or the first doof hit them also very hard. And we saw no sprints. Sprints, yeah.
Oh, no sprints really hurts.
Yeah.
And it looks like
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I'm just going to turn the sounds levels around. Django, congratulations! You are the EMEA Continentals champion.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was highly unexpected. Don't know, got pretty fortunate with my draws today. Yeah, don't know what else to say.
Well, I've got lots of questions for you. So, first of all, your choice of lists. CTM 419, really going against the majority lists there. Lots of people on Sports Metal, obviously. Lots of people on Max. What made you go for those 2 lists?
Well, basically start with CTM first. I mean, obviously I think the 2 decks to beat, like before the tournament, were Sports and maybe PD. But you could also already see from the APEC results that Sports was the most dominant deck, and everyone would be like taking hard for it and like slotting, I don't know, 3 Stargate in slots whatsoever. And yeah, just first of all, I like the deck, but not that much, because I think it's a lot RNG. I mean, of course, you have to play well, and it's a very good deck, but I mean, if you lose like a veteran early, then you have a problem, and if they steal it as like their last 2 agendas, you usually win. So I don't want to play like a deck where everyone was teching for. And actually, like all the time, I was playing CTM on Jinteki in the casual lobbies, and I was winning like, I don't know, 90% of the games, and I thought, why not play it? I think there was a deck list posted, I think, by Netrunner on Netrunner DB. It's basically like his shell and just tweaked like the ice a bit, included some cheaper ice and like some other cards. Yeah, that's basically how I ended up on CTM, and for Runner is also that I have been playing 419 most of the times when I got time to play on Jinteki. Thought about playing Max, but like in the past I usually haven't made like the greatest results when I changed the deck list last minute, so I just thought I stick with it. Yeah, that's mostly it.
Yeah.
Quick question. The APAC had no CTM. Did that influence your decision at all?
Not really. I mean, there was no CTM played, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of people that choose to play like CTM, and they all would have failed and maybe would have influenced me. But since no one chose to play it, I mean, that could also be like a bad sign, but like maybe people are not used to play against CTM anymore.
So you chose not to read into that too much, sounds like.
No. I mean, if I would have followed like the results from APEC, and I would have to be like on Sports and Max probably, but I didn't want to play Sports, so.
Right on. I think the viewers appreciated it too, right? Seeing some variety.
Yeah, I mean, I think the CTM is actually like fairly well positioned right now. I mean, maybe if you see some changes to the ban list, maybe if like a certain agenda will no longer be available like in a couple of weeks, and I think CTM will be very
You won the tournament. You can name the card. It's within your right. You won.
Samuel needs to go. Just say it.
Mega Pre?
Okay. Mega Pre.
No, I think Veteran is the most obvious offender, but I think it could also be a case made for like Mega Pre. I think like in general, if you have like too many agendas for one faction that are like worth different points, like for Corbin Runner, that's usually when problems arise. So I think Veteran is the card that should go, but I think like if Mega Pre would leave, that would also be like kind of a nerf to the deck.
Right on.
You just like get it over with Veteran and stop banning stuff around it maybe.
So you're obviously going to progress as well to the Intercontinental finals. Will you, obviously without giving too much away, will you be looking to make any changes to the lists? Will you be on different decks even? And do you think other people will be teching against CTM? Will we see a bit more Citadel? What's your thoughts?
That's a good question. Actually, I haven't put any amount of thought into that. I mean, could be the same deck, could be like two completely different decks. I think it's interesting to see like how the meta kind of develops, like whether the like Americans can come up with some nice new solutions maybe to sports or to Max. Like for example, if like we see a rise in PE or net damage decks, and maybe Max isn't that good of a choice anymore. So we'll probably wait for the results. Maybe some of the NWE guys have something spicy cooking up. So
Yeah.
Let's see.
Over the last couple of days, obviously you played quite a few games. Was there any highlights that maybe we didn't catch on stream? Any particular games that were very tense for you?
I think most of the games were actually pretty tense. Like on day one, I played against Chris Ferg and Binary Dogs. Also in sports metal, I think both games was like on 12 fictional agenda points, like on 6 points, and stole two veterans against both. Fortunately, I managed to still win one of the games. The other one I lost. That was pretty nice. And there were some crazy CTM games where I was playing like an APOC deck, and like we both were making money with like 50 credits both, and then I played like value hard hitting news for like 20 just to get like some tempo and score agendas. There was some crazy games. Yeah, I think today went like pretty smoothly. Like I had the fortunate draws when it mattered. Like against Pinsel when he contested like first turn, I immediately had the hard hitting news. I mean, against the sports decks, I just got like pretty fortunate on the accesses, finding the agendas. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. I think today Lady Luck was on my side.
Absolutely, and I suppose when you win a major tournament, as I know absolutely nothing at all about, you take a little bit of luck with you as well, but with luck comes a lot of skill to negotiate those difficult situations and decision points. So, huge amount of congratulations.
Right. It takes skill to capitalize on luck.
Yeah, very much so, and that's why Netrunner is such a great game, because there's just enough luck to show off players' skill and differentiate between the good players and the great players.
I would also have a question. So you came back from like a bit of hiatus, right? You took a break.
What do you mean from Netrunner?
Yeah. I know you were like. Sorry.
Also, not really a break, but there was certainly like a time period, like especially during the COVID times, because actually I enjoy playing in person much more than I enjoy playing on Jinteki. There was definitely a time where I wasn't playing that much. Also had like some stuff in private life, I have like COVID, a lot of work. I have like 2 little daughters. Like second one came like last November. We just moved into a new house, so like a lot of personal stuff going on that kept me busy. So yeah.
That sounds like you're deserving of multiple congratulations.
Very much so.
Yeah, thank you very much. So there definitely was a time where I wasn't playing that much, but I mean, I always like followed the tournament results, like got the occasional taking that game in. So yeah, so I wouldn't say I took a break, but I definitely played less than I used to before COVID.
One final question.
Maybe,
Oh, sorry. No, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just want to mention finally that like hopefully things are looking a bit brighter right now, so maybe we can go back to more in-person real-life events. So that would also be a nice change. So that would keep me motivated to play even more.
Do you have any shout-outs? Any players that you tested with leading up to the tournament?
Actually, I haven't really tested with a group. I just joined like NWE, so that might change for the future. So, but just played like the Netrunner casual lobby a lot, like smurfing under a different account name.
Shoutouts to the casual lobby.
I mean, I played some good opponents there. I also played like Chris Ferguson and Schwartem, and also some players I knew who they are. But other than that, shoutouts to like all of my opponents. I think I had like only nice games. Like everyone was friendly, relaxed. That was pretty cool. Like shout out of course to you guys for putting up a great tournament. It was really a pleasure. I mean, didn't watch much of the stream. I will do that afterwards. But like organization was top, and yeah, in general, big props to like the whole Nisei team for keeping this beautiful game alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Some shouts from me. Special thanks to Princess Space Kitten, who ran the tournament today. Also, the judges, just going to list a few names here. Axwill, David M, Perkamis, Valerian32, Manvarapati, Swery Princess, all in the background doing a ton of work. Big thanks to all the commentators that joined me over the last couple of days, keeping me sane and letting me have little breaks for a cup of tea. And finally, huge congratulations to yourself, Django. Any last thoughts?
I think my head is pretty empty right now, so
Yeah.
maybe open a beer, get some food in.
Sounds like a great idea. My last...
Enjoy your victory.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Enjoy your victory.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll definitely do that, and then we'll hear from you guys, and we probably see each other at Intercontis at most, maybe even earlier. Who knows?
Absolutely. Congratulations again. So I'm going to wrap up here, I think. Thanks everyone for joining over the last couple of days. Thoroughly looking forward to, as I'm sure everyone else is, next weekend's America's Continentals. I haven't got the exact timings here, but they'll be again over Saturday and Sunday, where you've got a brand new streaming team. I'll be dipping in and out while I'm at work. Any final thoughts from my co-commentators?
This was a great top cut.
I think the skill level was phenomenal, and we saw some great tense games. And I think it shows that although there's not the hugest amount of diversity, the quality of the games and the tension in the games hasn't been lost at all. Yeah. That's it from me. Anything from yourself, Ross Ryder, before we sign off?
Just thanks for having me, and great cut, and yeah, congrats again to Django.
Thank you very much. Have a nice Sunday, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Bye.
And
Bye, all.
thanks, everyone, for joining in the stream. I look forward to seeing you all next weekend. Take care. Have a lovely day. Bye, all.
Bye.